I'm live. I'm live. I'm back. Here we are. It's different. Yeah? Yeah, it looks a little different. I moved into a new home with less squirrels. There are no squirrels in this place. It's kind of beautiful. It's a little echoey, I think, though. Let me check. Let me see really quick. I think it's echoey, yeah? Sometimes there's gonna be echo. That's okay. That happens in life. A dog sat for the weekend. Pretty cool. It was so like my girlfriend's a dog groomer, and so one of her clients needed to like go away. She was gonna go see some condors or whatever, and we got to watch the dog, and it was a Newfoundland. And so if you go to my Twitter, I posted a picture, but dog is huge, sweetest thing on earth, massive dog, absolutely massive dog. Let me see if I can pull up dog tax really quick. I'll pull up dog tax. Alright, here you go. Here's the dog tax. This is the dog we watched, and it took up the entire couch. That was his couch for the weekend. It was crazy. He's so fucking big. Sweet boy. Greatest boy ever. What else have I been up to? I trimmed my hair about a half hour ago myself, and you can't really tell the difference. And I think that's what I was really going for. It's fine. My hair is fine. It didn't require being buzzed off, so that's good. Oh, my dad just texted me a YouTube link, a YouTube Shorts link. That's awesome. It's not gonna start. It's gonna be a beheading video, isn't it? I'm not gonna open that. Absolutely not. But what's on the agenda for today? So we have the disturbing Nickelodeon iceberg. I figured it'd be good to you know, coast off the coattails of the documentary that just came out. I watched every episode in one day, one night. As soon as I knew it was on Max, I immediately, oh hi Bowie. The camera is angled differently now, so you can see like everything. You can see the floor. You can see like almost to the desk. Like you can see this corner of the desk here. You can see Bowie going for my milk. Absolutely not. It will not be allowed. You've heard him out though. Like you think you're gonna get milk, and you're not. He's never gonna get milk, ever. Do you know milk is bad for cats' stomachs? Why is it bad for cats' stomachs if it's always in, like, TV and shit? Motherfucker just knocked Odie on the ground. Is he allowed to do that? Is he allowed to knock Odie on the ground? What an asshole. Odie was already there. Anyways, we have the disturbing Nickelodeon iceberg, and parents discovered teen son's horrifying secret. So, that's and then maybe gaming later, if I feel up to it. If I so choose. But I was watching the documentary, it was so fucked up. I felt insanely bad for like Drake's dad. The most, actually. Seems like such a nice dad. Obviously that's like hyperbole. I don't feel the worst for him. Oh well. Let's see. How do I can't remember how to, there we go. Oh, also, if you can't tell, I switched these things around. I put like a little border on it. I made it look like Windows XP. Is it interesting? I don't know. Is it cool? Maybe. I can't really tell. I think it's kind of neat. I don't know. I figure it might help separate me from the crowd. We'll see though. We'll see. But yeah, disturbing Nickelodeon iceberg. Mute the music. Put on desktop audio. Now this video was made 2 years ago, so quite some time before the documentary came out. So it does not have like any of that stuff in it. Whatever is gonna be in this iceberg is like not totally unrelated, but adjacent, supplementary content, if you will. So I thought it might be good to traumatize myself further.
So I'm pretty sure all of you have probably seen the huge trend of iceberg videos.
Yeah.
You take the concept of the tip of the iceberg and you put it in a more literal sense. We go past the tip of the iceberg, go down to the obscure, the deep, depressing, dark depths of Nickelodeon. Hidden behind that orange foot is some disgusting, deplorable...
Okay, I keep seeing this around everywhere, but I also feel like a few years ago, the Nickelodeon foot logo was disproven. Or like it was for like a season or something. Let's see. Let's check out this Reddit thread. Okay. It's just that. The only evidence... I mean, was it ever... I feel like I remember this. It was a splat, not a foot. Here we go, logos. Okay, I mean, it was a hand before, though. In 1984. Footprint 2. This is a footprint 1? How many feet logos are there? So they have different hand logos. That's normal though, I feel. So the foot logo was in the 80s? Oh no, there was another foot logo. When was this? 1998. Ooh, that's not good. Alright, that that is concerning. But it was already a foot before. Why did they make it a foot a second time? But they just reuse it. I don't know. I don't think the foot logo is the smoking gun.
Things. I mean, even the foot itself is a little bit disgusting as well, if you think about it. Now, most of us are pretty aware of a lot of Nickelodeon controversies. I mean, we already have Dan Schneider with the whole foot situation. But there are some things you couldn't even possibly imagine when it came to Nickelodeon. I mean, it's a huge media corporation. With huge media corporations comes really
Is it gonna have
dark
the Brian
and
Peck
disgusting things. Basically,
oh,
rich
but it's
people...
not gonna... They aren't gonna know who...
who think they can get away with everything type deal. So what I did is I researched a lot of different icebergs. See, most people kind of just take a Reddit post of an iceberg that someone made and just go down the line and read what they are. But I attempt to gather a bunch.
Okay, already this is going to be a much better iceberg video than the other ones I've watched because he just like made his own. Thank God. The amount of iceberg videos I've seen where like somebody comes to a topic and they're like, I'm not really sure what this one means, and I couldn't really Google the answer to it, so I'm just gonna move on. And I just go to the next topic. That was easily Googleable for them. I don't know. It's just iceberg videos like that are so lazy. I appreciate that this person made their own.
Bunch from different icebergs that I saw and kind of make my own in a more summarized fashion where I can make sure everything I mention is at least somewhat interesting. And
Yes.
also try to stay away
Thank
from the
you.
very well-known obscure things, if that makes sense. You know, things that are technically obscure, but it's kind of been brought to light a lot more. So I split this up into
Wait,
5.
what? What is Ms. Mojo? Let's see. I don't really get why Watch Mojo has a separate channel called Ms. Mojo. Content on there is stuff that could just go in their main channel. Sweet Life is for girls only, no boys allowed. I don't know. Is there a reason? Wait, Ms. Mojo was created in 2015. That's crazy. Ouch! That was rude, Bowie. Just gonna use me as a fucking set of stairs? Your claws out and everything? That was rude.
Tiers. Obviously, tier 1 is the tip of the iceberg, and when we get to tier 5, I just want to mention everyone, I saved tier 5 for all of the more trigger warning, depressing, hard to listen to things. So just
I appreciate
preemptively,
that.
tier 5 is pretty dark, and they might completely ruin your childhood, but hey, that's what I'm here for. Come on.
Oh God, someone please help.
Oh my God, are you okay?
Oh God, I
Is it
haven't
gonna be
eaten
an ad?
anything in weeks. Please, can you spare a bite?
Oh,
please?
God.
Yeah,
it's an
of
ad.
course. I'm sure I have like some burger or leftover food around here somewhere.
A burger? A man comes in here starving for weeks, potentially dying soon, and all you have to offer is a measly burger?
What?
Well, you know, I want something more unique,
What is this?
refined.
What is this ad
maybe
going to be
cultural,
for?
perhaps.
Can you
Well,
guess?
I mean, I do have this box of Japanese snacks.
Never
Wait a
mind.
second,
I
are
was
you
gonna
talking
think
of
like
the amazing
Factor.
Boxu, the Japanese box service that gives you amazing treats and unique things exactly from Japan.
This isn't food,
Yeah,
though.
but don't you think you need some
And
food?
honestly, you know, that
Okay,
would be
yeah,
an
yeah.
amazing gift to give this time of year to your friends and family. And if you get yourself some Boxu before the end of December,
So
you get your chance
this
to
is
enter
like,
a free trip to Japan.
I don't
Now, how
know.
amazing
This is
is
just stuff that
all
you
you
see
have to
like
do is
sold
go
at
into the description
FYE,
and click that link and get yourself some Boxu, and boom, you'll enter to your chance to
which is
win.
also
Now,
like
isn't that
overpriced as
incredible?
hell.
Okay, yes, Boxu's amazing, but I'm pretty sure you need food right now.
You know, just because I'm starving and on the verge of death doesn't mean I don't have a refined taste, you fool.
So the tip. Just the tip. It's full of your basic Nickelodeon nostalgia things. A piece
Perfect.
of Nick that you
What's it gonna
definitely
be?
have seen once or twice in your life and you have fond memories of. You know, the Kids' Choice Awards with the whole slime thing, where it gave kids a chance
The
to feel
Kids'
like
Choice
their
Awards definitely, I don't know. It feels weird. And I don't know why. The Kids' Choice Awards also feels weird. I understand it's like child Emmys, but it's weird, right? It might be, I don't know. It's a kids award show. It's all really weird enough that that the kids are like actors. I don't know. There's like award shows, I guess, for regular kid things like sports. No, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, sure, let's have a kids award show.
opinion matters. We know it doesn't. No one actually cares. It was rigged anyway, but hey, whatever. We also had the classic Nickelodeon shows. Now, these were one of my favorites back in the day. Sound like an old man when I say back in the day. But these game shows were some of the funnest game shows I've ever seen out of television. Very surprised they kind of just stopped
completely
making them,
missed
but I
the
guess,
game
you know,
show
it was
era
the
of
90s. It
Nickelodeon.
was a big boom of game shows, and then it kind of piddled out after a while.
I'm too
Also,
young.
you know, SpongeBob came about, and after SpongeBob came about, they kind of just said, screw everything else. But to list some of these game shows, of course, we have the more popular ones like The Legend of the Hidden Temple, which was my personal favorite when I was younger. Basically, a bunch of kids attempt to find these treasures inside a temple that was protected by Mayan guards and other obstacles and stuff. And of course, there was a gigantic talking stone face, which most people probably had nightmares of. And surprisingly enough, this show had a reboot recently in October on the CW. Now, I have no idea if this show is
They brought
actually
it back, and not on Nickelodeon. They brought it back on the CW? Well, it's definitely gonna be shit. It's a game show on the CW. It was never meant to be good.
good. I haven't seen it at all, but I thought that was pretty interesting. They actually re-released this show this year. And we also had Guts, which is basically just like the athletic challenge for kids of Ninja Warrior type deal.
Wait,
they had Double Dare with...
What was Hole in the Wall on? I keep scooting. So I have there's hardwood floors in here. So I scoot way easier than I did the last house. I just keep scooting further and further away. Let's see. Hole in the Wall show. It would help if I spelled any of those words correctly. What? Fans of the Ellen DeGeneres show may recognize this basic format. Okay. What was it on? Wait, was this on Cartoon Network? It was. Why? This isn't a cartoon. This doesn't make sense. Why on earth did Cartoon Network pull up this, pick up the series?
With the gigantic nose that snotted everywhere. I didn't really watch that show much because snot and me just don't get along. I don't like snot. I don't know why. To be fair, slime in general always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Then we had the more obscure game shows that weren't as popular. We had Crazy Kids, Brain Surge, Figure It Out, and a bunch of others. You know, 90s once again, huge time.
I have no idea what any of those are. Like I knew the titles of the last shows he was talking about. Never even heard of these. One of these.
And for game shows. We also have things like Nick at Night. You know, everybody remembers Nick at Night. It's a show that started around 9 p.m., went until 7 a.m., basically Nickelodeon's version of Adult Swim, but a little bit more sitcom-y and less weird. I mean, don't get me wrong, Adult Swim is freaking amazing, but some of the stuff is weird, obviously, compared to...
Nick at Night wasn't a show. It was a programming block, like Adult Swim. I know what they're saying, but it's not a show. It's a series of shows. Like Full House was incorporated in Nick at Night.
The sitcoms that we get like Full House from Nickelodeon. But you know, like I said, they had Full House, Cheers, Three's Company, and a bunch of other sitcom type shows. And I think they are still running to this day. I tried to look up some stuff and it seems like it's still going because when I researched it, young Sheldon is apparently playing on Nick at Night.
Why? Does Fox own Nickelodeon? No, wait. Viacom owns Nickelodeon, right? Who owns Nickelodeon? Jesus fucking Christ. Nickelodeon. Paramount. So who owns Paramount? Is it Warner? National Amusements. What else what do you own? Okay. Interesting. Not at all, but maybe.
So that's That's interesting. And another fun tip of the iceberg we have is worldwide
They're just
day
not
of
related
play. Now,
to-
I don't know if you guys remember this. I remember this. You know, it's that day you come home ready to watch shows and boom, you got 3 hours of no shows and they say, hey, go outside. But for those who don't remember, basically,
I remember that. Yeah, I would just turn on Cartoon Network instead. Yeah, that was pretty bullshit. I'm not gonna go outside. I am not going to play. No. I'm gonna watch Codename Kids Next Door.
it was Nickelodeon and all of its sister channels just suspended programming for 3 hours on a specific day. You know, just to promote, hey, get out, work out, body positivity,
Lame.
be more active.
It just, I bet
blah,
it just
blah,
drove kids to watch, like, the Ellen DeGeneres show. Like, it didn't push kids outside, it just... Honestly, the Worldwide Day of Play is probably what contributed to all those kids getting on the internet. It's just the rise of those channels dying because all their viewers are like, holy shit, I found AOL. I don't know. What were you doing in the 90s?
blah, but let's
Weirdos.
be real, most children just ended up changing the channel.
It's Nickelodeon's Worldwide Day of Play. We're getting out and getting active, and you should be too. We'll be back at 3.
And the last thing we have is obviously just classic Nick shows like Doug, Cat Dog, Angry
Love
Beavers,
Cat
which
Dog
is
and
one of my
Angry
favorites,
Beavers.
Ren and Stimpy, Rocket Power, As Told by Ginger, Rocco's Modern Life, and so many more. Those people watching this video who are around my age would probably consider this to be the golden years of Nickelodeon because they had so many.
The golden year of Nickelodeon is now, actually, with hit shows such as Friends, and Friends, and Friends, and Friends, more Friends. You can't forget Friends, and Mom, more Mom, SpongeBob, Paw Patrol, Peppa Pig. None of these are new shows. Okay, so I can understand that up until SpongeBob, it's Nick at Night, right? But it just starts with SpongeBob and then goes to Paw Patrol, Paw Patrol, Paw Patrol. I guess technically 6 episodes? Because I assume that it's 2 per half hour, just like this one. More Paw Patrol. Jesus fucking Christ. No, none of these are... What? Okay, what do you offer? It's just more Friends. It's just more Friends. Rubble and Crew. Okay, so I haven't heard of Rubble and Crew. Is this considered season 1? Okay, cool. Okay, that's a new show. We have finally found a new show, and it starts at 11 a.m. Blazing the Monster Machines, I don't know what this is. Is this on a season 1? Season 7! Nope, not a new show. Monster High Block. What does that mean? Is it just a 30-minute block of... Like, what the fuck? So it's a 2-hour movie that they're gonna... Oh. For some reason I thought that said... I don't know. I just read that it's 3 p.m. And I was like, they're gonna go through a 2-hour movie in a half hour? Alright. And it just goes to fucking SpongeBob again. What? I feel like there was more shows playing.
Good show. Now all Nickelodeon has is just SpongeBob, and that's it.
That's
Nick
not true.
has this huge problem where they
That's not true. They actually have Friends. They have Friends, SpongeBob, and Paw Patrol. That's what we found out just
Don't
now.
let the potential of a show be fulfilled. They cancel it before they're able to flourish and get to the point where the show is very good. They had this weird anxiety, or I guess fear, that if a show isn't doing insane ratings, that it's never gonna catch back up. That's why so many of these amazing shows were completely canceled very quick. And now, like I said before, all we got is SpongeBob. Okay, let's dig a little deeper. Let's move down to tier 2 of the iceberg. And let's start with Snick. Now, this is something I don't remember,
What the fuck
but
is
the logo
Snick?
looks familiar. Snick was kind of just like Nick's on Saturday. It says it was meant for older kids, you know, like preteens and teenagers around that time.
Yeah, that's what the S stands for. Teenager.
Some of the shows that ran on there
Soldier.
were like Rugrats, All That, Kenan and Kel, The Amanda Show, the infamous movie that scared the shit out of me and many children called Crybaby Lane. But Crybaby
What the
Lane's
fuck
something
is-
that we'll get to later. But I feel like
What the fuck is Crybaby Lane? Horror drama? What? What? Films never aired outside the United States or dubbed into other languages. What the fuck? It's considered a lost film for over a decade. I assume until it just re-aired. It was hosted by Melissa Joan Hart. Okay. So it was scary.
Snick is
Too
definitely
scary.
something that not many people know about or really remember. I
Yeah,
mean,
I've
maybe
never heard of
I'm
it.
just too young to remember it. You know, it aired like early 90s, and it only played for a couple of
Way
hours.
too
And
young.
we
That's
also
like
had
almost 10
Oh
years
Yeah
before my
cartoons. Now,
time.
this is actually where all of your favorite cartoons came from. Oh Yeah Cartoons, basically an animated show where they showcase a bunch of different animated shorts and kind of gauge which
Oh,
one
yeah.
people like the most and end up turning those shorts into a full-fledged show, which honestly is such a smart and cool idea. Like, what happened to Nick, dude? But some of the shows that came out of Oh Yeah Cartoons was actually Dexter's Laboratory, Powerpuff Girls, Chalk Zone, Cow and Chicken,
I feel-
Fairly Odd Parents.
I think I discovered this when I was going through the Nickelodeon tier list. I was ranking my Nickelodeon shows because I was like, what the fuck is this? And I went down this whole rabbit hole of discovering that, yeah, just a bunch of Nickelodeon used to have a shorts. I don't even know how to describe it. Just like a pilot hour.
And a lot more. Now, I think some of these actually ended up moving over
It was like the Tracy Ullman show.
Cartoon Network, but I mean, they were picked up from Oh Yeah Cartoon. But yeah, it was basically like a testing grounds for a bunch of animated shorts and animated shows that people wanted to get funded and eventually did get funded by either Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network or someone else. And next, of course, we have the Nick Resort Hotel. Oh boy, do you remember seeing that commercial? Like, Mom, I want to go! And then you realize, oh, we're broke. We don't have any money to go anywhere. But yeah, if you don't remember,
I think these were dying off when I was growing up because I remember seeing commercials for them, but then like I don't know. Definitely had not seen any commercials for them or even heard about it by the time I was like probably 12. So I assume that these Nick hotels did not last. Nick hotels. Well, it's still a thing. But, huh? Well, I'm seeing. Okay, never mind. I guess it's still a thing.
Remember, there was a commercial
I
that
was
came
wrong.
on all the time
I'm
for
dumb.
Nick Resort and Nick Hotel
Huh.
in Orlando, Florida. And I don't know if it was just me, but I definitely wanted to go. Obviously, I couldn't because I didn't have the money back then, but boy, did I want to go. But how it all started is Holiday Inn was bought up by Nickelodeon and was like transferred into a Nick Resort Hotel. Basically, it was trying to leech off the success of Disney, and, you know, they didn't really get much results out of it. It didn't last long. The unfortunate location of this was across from Disneyland, and Orlando Studios, which is kind of what they were trying to boost here, was way down the road.
Why? You cannot open a theme park up next door to the theme park and expect to like reach their business. No, the people have traveled there to go to Disney World. They aren't there to check out all the theme parks. They bought their ticket and they flew to Disney World. You put it in somewhere like, I don't know, fucking Maryland, away from Florida and like other Disney worlds, so that people travel to you instead. They have to like make a conscious decision. They have to like make a choice.
And the big problem here is the cost of renting a room at the Nick Resort Hotel was way too freaking expensive for people to just go there and end up going to Disney World anyway. So a lot of times people didn't really end up going because to get your money's worth, you kind of had to stay around hotel grounds, because if you left, it's just like, what's the point of spending that extra money when I could just get a hotel like down the road that's way cheaper? Because let's be real, most people—
Because SpongeBob's not there, you fucking idiot. Are you serious? That's why you don't get the hotel down the street. Because Patrick isn't going to tuck you in and give you a little kiss on the forehead. That's why. That's why I'm paying so much money for the Nickelodeon Resort. So Ren and Stimpy can come in and jerk me off before I go to bed. That's why I'm paying the money. Right? That's not like a regular hotel. You can't do that at a regular hotel. What the Nickelodeon Resort's for?
People who go to Orlando, Florida aren't going for a resort hotel water park experience. They're probably going for Disney World, or they're going for Universal Studios.
Yes.
Also, another thing, it wasn't really close to the ocean. It had no ocean view. It was really like claustrophobic. It was kind of surrounded by a bunch of buildings.
Oh, that is awful. It's like it reminds me of like the prison Hitler was in. You know how it was like that courtyard? How do I Google this without ending up on a list? Prison yard of prison Hitler was in. That's what prison was. See, yeah, it looks like this. Where it's just like a bunch of fucking tall apartment looking buildings, just like really closed in. Yeah, like this area. Like it's just very closed, very closed off. That is not
no
appealing.
Ocean view. It was really like claustrophobic. It was kind of
Yeah,
surrounded by
that's
a
not
bunch
appealing
of
at
buildings.
all.
Not really a nice place. And on top of that, it wasn't really well kept. They really didn't do a good job at making the rooms look nice or keeping the building up to date. It kind of started falling apart. Also, the costumes that the Nickelodeon people wore were just kind of botched and not that well done. So
Why is he so shiny? Is that me? I had that same shirt as a kid. Why is Little Bill so shiny though? Why is his face so shiny? Why didn't they give him one of these like felt faces? Why did they give him the shiny this shiny hard helmet? Were people like attacking Little Bill? They had to give him like a crash helmet? Because these are felt.
so it kind of looked
The hell?
scary as shit. So obviously the resort kind of just faded into irrelevancy and never to be talked about again until now. All right, let's move on to a show that never aired. Well, I mean, kind of did, but kind of didn't. It was called Crash Nebula. Now this one is more interesting than anything. It was actually a show that was a spin-off of The Fairly Odd Parents, and we all know Butch Hartman is kind of a weirdo, but at the same time he did make Dan.
Is Butch Hartman a weirdo, or is he just cringy? I genuinely don't know. I don't know if he's done anything weird. He just seems very cringy and like evangelical. He's not like creepy, right? Please tell me Butch Hartman didn't do anything. Please, I'm fucking begging you.
Danny Phantom and The Fairly Odd Parents, but he kind of was pushing his luck with the shows that he was making and tried to push out another show called Crash Nebula. So how the story goes is there was this episode on Fairly Odd Parents that was centered around a superhero named Crash Nebula, and I actually remember this episode very vividly when I was younger because it played a lot. I don't know if it was like a certain promotion period, but it played a lot and I saw it a lot. But anyway, Tim explains the backstory behind the character Cosmo and Wanda, and even at the end of the episode,
I don't remember this episode at all. I must have completely blocked it out of my memory because it was probably shit.
So it has Cosmo literally saying, wow, that was cool. I wish I could have seen that. And even Wanda saying, I'm sure they will run it again. Really leaving a cliffhanger and pushing that, hey, this is a show. It's going to come out soon. So Butch Hartman literally made a whole episode of The Fairly Odd Parents dead.
He made a fucking backdoor pilot in an animated show. What? You can do that? That's like them trying to pitch the Office spinoff in that in an episode of The Office about like Shroot Farms. Can you put a backdoor pilot in an animated cartoon? Especially when the animation style is like so different.
Dedicated to promoting this show that was canceled before it even aired. The show is supposed to be the backstory of Crash Nebula as a teenager, and the show just wasn't good. It kind of just felt like a parody off of The Fairly Odd Parents or Danny Phantom. It felt really lazy, and honestly, I feel like Butch was kind of overreaching when it came to shows for Nick. I mean, hell, Nickelodeon cancels the best shows on their platform for basically nothing. So I'm sure it just didn't fit the bill for what Nick wanted and ended up just falling into irrelevancy. Next, we have Cartoon Lost and Found with Adam West, another show that was kind of canceled before.
That sounds like that's a cool concept. Cartoon Lost and Found. I like that title.
Where it was ever released. Now, since we're going to be talking about things
it sounds like it'd be a cool concept,
or other things that are kind of hidden and forgotten about, this is kind of what this show was based around. Nickelodeon made a show about finding lost animation. Cartoon Lost and Found was a late-night television special that was dedicated to finding the old cartoons that have been lost and forgotten and bringing them to the forefront with the charismatic Adam West as the host. There's actually a full pilot episode on YouTube that you could find right now and watch it if you wanted to. And honestly, it looks like a very interesting idea for a show. I know they were trying to appeal to like older audiences, you know, that want to look back at nostalgic cartoons that they used to watch when they were younger. But even if you're not an old person,
instead of playing like Full House on Nick at Night, why not play like, I don't know, fucking old ass fucking Tom and Jerry? Like, play old cartoons for the old people who were up at night. I can fucking watch Full House on Netflix. You know what I can't find? Like old Looney Tunes. I mean, you can find them, but wouldn't it be cool if they played on Nick at Night instead? I guess, I feel like they play on Adult Swim, since that's a Cartoon Network.
And I feel like the show would have been pretty interesting, but unfortunately, it was never picked up by any of the studios, and it was, again, left to fade into irrelevancy. All right,
why would they
let's get a little bit deeper. Remember, the deeper we go, the more obscure.
It's like such a That's just such a cool. Hold on, this could be important.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom. Life could be a dream. If I could take you up in paradise up above. If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again.
What the fuck? Is this real?
Life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would
These aren't real, right?
If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream. Every time I look at you, something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to, maybe we'd be so fine. Oh, life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up in paradise up above. Shaboom, and tell me,
I
darling,
think I found my favorite video ever.
life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello, hello again. Shaboom, and hope we meet again. Boom, boom.
They have them in the VR. That's gotta be confusing for him. This is beautiful. Just apes being apes. Fascinating. Absolutely beautiful. Anyways, back to the iceberg.
Darker it gets. Let's move on to tier 3. Helga's mom is an alcoholic. That's a good start. Okay, now a lot of us grew up on Hey Arnold. Let's be real. The show was great. I mean, that and obviously Rocket Power are probably one of my favorite shows back then, and maybe Rocko's Modern Life. There's a lot of them. But something I didn't really pay attention to when it came to Hey Arnold is how depressing Helga's life actually is. I mean, she was pretty much the black sheep of the family. She was a complete outcast when it came to her family, honestly.
I feel like I do not remember Hey Arnold the same way other people remember Hey Arnold. Am I thinking of it? I'm thinking of next.
I mean, they literally have a family picture, but with Helga off by herself, while Olga and her parents are just all together as a family. After looking at it like an adult, Helga's behavior makes a lot of sense. I don't think she's a bad person at all. She just puts walls between her and other people because of the neglect she gets back at her home. But throughout the show, we always see Helga's mom lethargic, she's struggling to stay awake, or even struggling to talk, and she's always drinking a smoothie. And obviously, as a child, I didn't really realize what was going on, but yes, Helga's mom suffers from depression and is an alcoholic. While at the same time, Helga's father is a workaholic who kind of seems like a very, very aggressive father. Not only that, but Olga, who is her sister, gets all of the attention, and Helga just gets treated like utter garbage.
Genius!
Daddy, who's gonna take me to preschool?
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on, play us another one, Olga.
Helga's father constantly compares her to Olga and sometimes even calls Helga Olga. I never actually realized how deep and depressing this got, but
so
this is something
sad.
a lot of people can relate to with negligent parents. It just begs the question, what was going on behind the times that we're not seeing Helga on screen at home? Like, her life's pretty bad. Which leads me to...
She's a cartoon character. We know this, right? Helga's not a real person suffering from actual neglect and abuse. She's a... They wrote her that way. She's fake, man. You got nothing to worry about. Nothing was actually happening when she was off screen. Because that's not how cartoons work.
To my next topic, the Patakis. Yes, there was going to be a spin-off show of Hey Arnold called the Patakis. Craig Bartlett wrote a script in 2000 for a spin-off.
Why, though? Does... I know people have been complaining about spin-offs and sequels over the last, like, 5-ish years. It's like, oh my god. What happened to original ideas? Has anyone ever had an original idea? Because they were gonna make a spin-off about the fucking Helga's family from Hey Arnold. the Fairly Odd Parents were going to spin off into a space show. Like a sci-fi Adam Strange type fucking space show. Like get out of the cat box! Like Buzz Lightyear Star Command type show. No, don't try to lick me after you just had your fucking disgusting mouth in the cat box, weirdo. But like, we've been milking series for all they're worth for as long as we've had series.
Show with Helga as the main focus of the show, but it was canceled because it was too dark. The only information we've ever gotten on the show was with the interview of Craig Bartlett. Apparently all the cast members in Hey Arnold would have been there in the Patakis except Arnold, kind of like a Rugrats all grown up situation. But as for Arnold, he ended up moving away, and this is where it gets really sad. Helga, who is 15 in the show, is still crazy obsessed with Arnold. Apparently in the show it's implied that they dated for a while, went through tough times, ended up breaking it off, but Helga obviously still loves him. Helga writes a letter to Arnold every night, takes it to the post office, decides not to send it, brings it back home, and puts it in an organized binder, similar to that of, you could compare it to the shrine that she made of Arnold in the original show. But she's an awkward teen who still deals with the same situation of her parents. She still has the whole pigtails and unibrow situation.
This doesn't sound entertaining. This sounds like it would be, I don't know. Can I pitch a theory? Because it seems like the only information we have about this show is from this one interview that clearly takes place like a couple years ago. I don't think this was ever pitched to Nickelodeon. This sounds like an idea someone has for a show in this day and age for like a spin-off so many whatever in the future, you know? It's literally fucking the new Leave It to Beaver. Like you can only do this show when there's been so much time passed since the original show. Like this spin-off may have been pitched, or it wasn't pitched when Hey Arnold was still going.
Situation, and she hides under her baseball cap everywhere she goes. And as for Olga, she actually went to college like her parents wanted her to, but then she decided she wanted to pursue theater, but her parents obviously were not happy about that. They get into altercations with Olga. Olga ends up losing favor with her parents, and Helga is still going on in her life very lonely. Honestly, not a terrible premise for a show. I would be kind of...
That is a terrible premise for a show. It might make a half decent movie, like straight to streaming movie. You cannot drag that out for an entire Hey Arnold like series. Maybe it's a mini series that you could do, but like no way you can have a and just like that type spin-off, sequel, whatever you want to fucking call it. It's just, I don't know. That does not sound entertaining as a show. It's just depressing.
Interested in watching it. And apparently there are some petitions out there that were made on the internet of people begging any streaming company like Netflix or Hulu or someone to pick up this show and make it into a full thing, which
Please
honestly
don't.
would be pretty cool. I'm always down for more Hey Arnold
Please
lore.
don't.
There's even fan animations on YouTube of the Pataki show that people kind of took an interpretation of what they heard on the internet from that Craig Bartlett interview and put it into something. Kurt Cobain's Ren and Stimpy song. Now this
Sorry,
one is more
what?
funny than depressing or dark, but it's definitely obscure. It's not
What?
even confirmed that this is actually true because there's been no recordings ever found.
So it's not true. It can't be true then. This cannot be true. Man, he would have been alive for the premiere. I don't know, let's see.
And I did try to make this full list with everything completely confirmed, so you know you don't have those like, oh, maybe or maybe not situations. But this one is just very interesting, and we even have one of the producers of Ren and Stimpy literally saying that it was Kurt Cobain. So apparently how the story goes, it's Kurt Cobain goes up to the animation studio responsible for making Ren and Stimpy, says, hey, I want to make a song for this show, which is just a hilarious image to think of Kurt Cobain just bursting through the doors of an animation studio being like, hey, I'm making a song, you're all gonna deal with it. And supposedly the executives actually hated the song that Kurt Cobain made, and John Kay, who is someone we're gonna get to later, did not like Kurt Cobain's arrogance. So they ended up throwing him out, trashing the track, and never been heard of again. And I like to think that Kurt Cobain actually just trolled them, because I feel like that's kind of in his character to do. He goes in there.
This is not a real story. This cannot be a real story. I mean, the one person who can substantiate it has been dead for 30 years. So, I'm inclined to believe this didn't happen. And that the producers of Ren and Stimpy either heard the rumor or just made it up themselves. Because it just doesn't even make sense. Why would Kurt Cobain demand to write a song for Ren and Stimpy, but like while it's still in production? He hasn't seen the show. I don't know. Am I overthinking that? That just, I don't know. That just seems very, very, very far-fetched.
Makes a crappy ass song, they all get pissed off because he's egotistical and then kick him out. Either way, it would be hilarious. And there is no raw evidence or concrete evidence of the situation except a recording that is kind of just speculation, I guess. Stimpy's voice actor, Billy West, was the one who mentioned it on the Nerdist podcast.
One day the scraggly kid comes in and said he wanted to write a song for Ren and Stimpy, and they said, yeah, that's great, and they threw it in the wastebasket. Oh. It was Kurt Cobain.
Oh, shit! That's an awesome story!
Yeah. And last on tier 3, we have Bloody Girl.
He's also the voice of Fry, right? To Billy West. Good voice actor.
Now this one is both interesting and potentially creepy if you ended up seeing it on your screen. By the name alone, you would assume it's some sort of like creepy pasta made on the internet to freak out little children, but it's not. It's kind of just animators kind of trolling Nickelodeon and seeing what they could get away with. So apparently this specific drawing of Gurr was created by Chris Grant, and apparently the animation crew all decided that it wouldn't fit within the show, at least Nick wouldn't let it pass. So instead they decided, hey, let's just hide it throughout a bunch of episodes throughout the season, and it kind of turned into a cool Easter egg that honestly, again, would be quite unnerving to find. But it was inserted into single frames throughout the last 14 episodes of Invader Zim. You could even see them now. You could.
Can you imagine if this wasn't confirmed by like the creators and they're like, we have no idea what this is? Like, yeah, you would assume that this is. That would scare you as a child, I think.
Obviously, just look it up on Google and see what they are. But yeah, they're still there, and it's a pretty interesting Easter egg to have. And obviously, if I saw that as a child, I would think there's some like crazy conspiracy, dark murder behind it. But obviously, in reality, it's just animators fucking with Nick. Okay.
Like if I was a child and saw that, I would immediately think that it's a like a Suicide Squidward type deal, you know?
A little bit deeper. Just a little bit deeper, tier 4. This is where shit starts getting pretty weird. So let's start tier 4 with Crybaby Lane. It's actually a movie that I mentioned earlier. It was actually a horror movie that aired on SNICK, and it was a very adult horror movie that was definitely not meant for children. For the longest time, this was actually considered lost media because when it aired on October of 2000, many parents were very angry with Nick, and Nick ended up having to pull it pretty quick. It was so bad that Nick had to completely shut everything down, delete all information of this movie, and never speak of it again. And anytime someone asked Nick about it, They completely denied it. Nick actually covered
It's
it up so
Nickelodeon.
well that people started speculating it was just another creepypasta that people made up to freak people out. I mean, no one in their right mind would believe that Nick would play a movie that was insanely scary for children. But eventually someone ended up finding the movie. I don't know if they had
thanks
the
for the
movie
follow.
or maybe they recorded it or something like that. But it's actually completely, fully uploaded
But
on
it's-
YouTube. You could actually watch it now. And this is
Oh.
one of those things.
You can watch it. You can watch it on YouTube. So, is it like genuinely? It's got 83%. No, it can't like actually be good. The only reason it's got like sort of high ratings is just because of like kids, right? Or not even kids, but people who are like, well, yeah, dude, it's for children. So I assume it's probably not like a very scary movie, but it's like, I don't know, probably scary enough for kids that it's like, I don't know, somewhat freaky, but it's probably just a lot of hype.
Things where I might take time to make an entire video on just that movie because it is very interesting how dark it is. Super Sponge lewd
Is it that dark?
images. Yeah. Okay. Now, when we think of SpongeBob, you think of this little innocent sponge, you know,
Moved on from Crybaby Lane pretty fast, but
happy wholesomeness sponge.
okay.
Well, that's not the case when it came to the Super Sponge video game. Super Sponge was a video game made by THQ on the PS1. And you know, it was just your basic average SpongeBob game. You got some platforming, you got collecting spatulas, you got to get a present for Patrick, that whole dealio. I didn't play the game. I just kind of looked up a summary. But some really creepy, weird things lay dormant in the game files
Like
of
what?
Super Sponge. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure a lot of people would find this
What's
more
in there?
fun.
Hero brine? Sponge brine? No, not fucking sponge brine, dude. Oh my god, they found him in the game files.
Than it is creepy. But I mean, if you really put this into context, this is the game that was made for children. And then in the
Five
game
kids,
files,
4 kids.
you have the image
Oh,
of SpongeBob
what?
pegging Patrick, Patrick banging Sandy, and SpongeBob in full bondage. You know, I feel like this goes a little bit beyond funny sex joke territory. I mean, there's a grown adults putting these into the files of a game that is meant for kids. And ironically, this game
Kids are not going through the fucking game files. But what? Are you fucking serious? These are like hand drawn too. Like these were drawn with pen and paper, and then like scanned. I wonder if fucking what is his name? Steven Hillenberg.
Bob pegging Patrick, Patrick banging
Did he draw
Sandy, and
these?
SpongeBob in full bondage. You know, I feel like this goes a little
not
bit
bondage,
beyond
it's
funny
game
sex
costume.
joke territory. I mean, there's a grown adults putting these into the files of a game that is meant for kids. And ironically, this game was made by a company called Climax Group. And also, Climax is responsible for making Silent Hill. All right, Cosmo and Wanda are antidepressants. Now, this is nothing but a theory, but it's a very interesting and a pretty dark one. So this is a very interesting theory out there that Cosmo and Wanda are
I thought you said you were just putting confirmed things in this video. You can't go dropping fucking
just
theories on me.
personifications of antidepressants. Cosmo is Zoloft and Wanda is Prozac. And the more you dig into this theory, the more interesting it gets. The whole idea is that Timmy's life, it's kind of off. I mean, his parents are kind of negligent, his teacher's constantly out to get him, and also right whenever Vicky shows up at his house to become his babysitter, that's when he gets his fairy godparents. And also how the rules work is that fairies are only there until kids don't need them anymore, which is basically kind of whenever they mentally become better or don't need to rely on antidepressants anymore. That's why you see a few other children with fairies as well.
Isn't the rules that you lose your fairy when you become an adult? Like, you can lose it as a child, but when you like are no longer requiring them because you're an adult, not because like you don't need them anymore, right?
Which makes it even more depressing that Timmy is the one exception that he stays with his fairies for a very, very long time, implying that Timmy needs antidepressants and is still depressed into his late 20s. And also there is a theory that Crocker, you know, the teacher who is after him to get his fairies, is just someone who is suffering from withdrawals from antidepressants. There's also another theory that makes a little bit more sense, that Mr. Crocker's actually just Timmy's therapist, and he's trying to get Timmy to not rely so much on his antidepressants because he's trying to take away his antidepressants in a way.
Why would your therapist do that? Your therapist isn't going to try to wean you off your antidepressants. This is a shit theory. This is a bad theory.
There's a lot of information out there you could look up about this theory, and the more you learn
And I
about
assume it was made by people who like don't take antidepressants.
more the lines kind of connect. But again, it is just a theory. Banned episodes. Now this is kind of an open-ended one. This is something you guys could go look for yourselves if you wanted to, because there is a slew of banned episodes when it comes to Nickelodeon, but I'm gonna kind of go over the more risque ones. One of the more known banned episodes is Rocko's Modern Life, which is one of my favorite shows. And the episode is called Leapfrog, an episode that was just so loaded with sexual things. So Bev Bighead, the wife of Mr. Bighead, gets very lonely. So she ends up literally abusing Rocko's kindness and pushes herself onto him. There's one point where she basically drugs him. There's one point she shows him her entire naked body. And also she even puts Rocko's naked body into her mouth. Oh yeah, and to make matters worse, whenever her husband comes over and she kisses Rocko in front of her husband, instead of the husband getting angry at the situation, he just calls her ugly.
You saw my wife in her bathrobe? Isn't it awful?
Yeah, if you watch the episode now, it is pretty hard to watch. There's some gruesome parts, a lot of weird, like, sexually forcing parts that makes you just feel very uncomfortable. I could definitely see why this one was banned. There is also this lesser-known one on a show that was ironically called You Can't Do That on Television. This show is kind of just like a skit show, and there was one skit where they covered adoption and made a joke about a senator adopting a kid for child labor. I mean, this show was aired in the 80s, but making jokes about adopting kids to use as basically slave labor for you, it's a bit risky. And a lot of people who were adopted or were trying to get adopted.
That's a funny joke. That's a funny joke. Nickelodeon would never be brave enough to joke about a senator adopting a child to use as slave labor nowadays. You'd never see it. They're cowards. That's what they are. They're cowards nowadays. That's a funny joke.
Were very, very offended by this episode, and the people on the episode were basically just like, oh, we kind of just were ignorant to adoption and how it worked or how sensitive it was. And obviously the episode got shut down pretty quick. And then we also have the Ren and Stimpy band episode. I feel like this one's a little bit more known too. In this episode, Ren and Stimpy gets a very abusive owner, and on the specific scene, Ren kind of beats the shit out of the owner with an oar, and it's pretty graphic for a kid's show. Not only that, but there was a lot of references to tobacco and alcohol, and John K believes this is one of the reasons why him and his team got fired, but we are about to find out in Tier 5 why he got fired. And one more thing before we get to Tier 5, the Angry Beavers lost final episode. The Angry Beavers, again, I keep mentioning this, definitely one of my favorite shows when I was a kid. They actually had a final episode because Nickelodeon was canceling them, and the final episode never got aired because Nickelodeon was basically mad at them for becoming too meta. Basically, the show was surrounded in fourth wall breaks. Even both characters talked to each other as if they were voice actors, and they made a bunch of jokes on Nick's expense. They kind of laughed at Nick, told him how unfair it was they're getting canceled, and talked about cancellations and, you know, just making fun of big media corporations and saying how unfair it is. There's
to be fair, okay, like, it's not right, and you should be able to shit talk your boss, but at the same time, I don't know what, like, that's expected. That's like what you do when you want to get fired, is you start shit talking your boss and your job. You can't do that and then be like, yeah, they probably fired me because I was, I don't know, too cool for them. It's like, no, that's not why, dude.
Actually a full audio clip of this episode on YouTube that you could possibly find if you search for it. They never made any panels for it or animation for it, but the voice actors did record their lines for this, so you could definitely find it.
Why don't, I mean, like, it'd be an interesting idea if the animators for the show, or just like one animator for the show, just at least storyboarded it out.
It on YouTube. A very interesting listen, I will admit. I kind of wish they made the episode, I'll be honest. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to tier 5. And like I mentioned, I saved all of the triggering, depressing, and messed up things for this one. So obviously, if you have some sensitivities to stuff like that, please be fair warned before we...
Just like you said, just click off now. Just do it. Just please. Begging you.
Yo. So let's start with the one that kind of ruined Rugrats for me for good. The Rugrats Storyboard Jam. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard of storyboard jams. Basically, it's the equivalent of a fan fiction, but it's actually the animators who make the show who do it. Or I shouldn't say animators, I should just say everyone. Producers, everyone alike. So how it starts is one person writes a panel, he passes it, next person writes a panel, and then it keeps going around the studio. Basically until they have a full story. And everything I looked up about this, people considered this blowing off steam. Because if you are a producer of a children's show, you have a lot of restrictions with what you can and can't do. So I guess people do like really adult things on these panels in order to joke around, blow off steam, blah, 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 whatever.
It is kind of odd, right? To be like frustrated that you can't make like a cartoon beaver say fuck on TV. Or that like SpongeBob can't like pull his dick out. It's weird to be frustrated by that if you're an animator. Right? Am I crazy for thinking that? Like, why do you have to blow off steam by making, like, SpongeBob fuck Sandy Cheeks? Because, like, you can't do that in the show. Like, why do you want to do that in the show anyways? That's weird.
But this one was a little bit overboard, I will admit. There's a storyboard panel that was released by Steve Russell depicting some of our favorite characters doing very, very awful things. So the story starts out with Angelica yelling at Tommy to get her a drink. So Tommy gets her a drink, but he fills it up with Drano and dog food in order to poison Angelica and kill her. Oh boy, that's a good start, and it only gets worse. Then Dee Dee yells at Tommy, and then Stu proceeds to grab Dee Dee's face, throw her to the ground, and proceed to call her a stupid bitch.
God.
We got potential poisoning and domestic violence right off the bat. And then he tells Tommy to give tribute to the alpha male. And then he threatens Tommy that he will kick his ass. And then Tommy starts convulsing on the floor. I don't understand.
What is going on? What is this? This isn't a story. This is a collage.
And this is where it starts getting really bad. So we see Angelica start thirsting over Stu, saying that he is so forceful and that she loves him. Then Stu says, "That's right, my little C word. One day you will be daddy's little girl." Oh boy. So that's the only visual panel we have. And boy golly, I am so glad that's the only one we have, because this next one is rough. This next one was actually quoted by Steve Russell himself, who partook in the storyboard jam. So the next...
Why would you tell on yourself like this? Why would you tattle like this, bro? You could have just not released those storyboards. What the fuck?
Next scene was a close-up of Stu's crotch. Then it shows his well-rounded balls with a tiny cock dangling from above. I'm just reading what it says, okay? That ain't me. That's all. I'm just reading it. And later, Angelica was stroking Stu's testicles, followed by a bunch of incest sex scenes. Oh boy. Aren't you guys glad there isn't a second panel? But eventually this was confiscated by how obscene it got. But it just begs the question, what stuff hasn't been found?
Who the fuck is on your animation team? Right? Like, when it gets to that, not even that point, but like, 5th panel, how do you not be like, what? Who the fuck drew this one? Like, it would, this almost seems like it would be a great way to like flush out the people you want to fire.
These storyboard jams probably happen all the time. What deplorable stuff is actually out there that we don't know about? All right, so let's move on. It doesn't get any better. I was warning you. So let's start with John K. and the Creep Club. So there is this notorious Nickelodeon club that people...
Oh, we learned about him. And him. Yeah, they don't know who the kid was at this point. I don't remember Marty or Easel being talked about.
Collectively made on the internet that was deemed the Creep Club, full of people that were called out for child porn, pedophilia, and other deplorable things. So let's go down the list of what we have and then are going to officially add John K to this list because his crimes are some of the worst ones on here. Ezel Channel or Chanel, I'm not sure, a man who was hired at Nickelodeon while he was a registered sex offender. He ended up being
on probation, so it's not even like... What the fuck? So he was on probation from 2003 until he's in... Oh my god. He's serial...
He was hired at Nickelodeon while he was a registered sex offender.
Chop off his
he
head.
ended up befriending a 14-year-old boy, took him to Six Flags.
Yeah, that's a red flag right there. How do you befriend... Why do these parents think it's normal for like their 14-year-old son to be friends with like a 40-year-old man? Especially in the Hollywood industry.
And let him visit the studio he worked at. Apparently in court, the boy testified that one day he took the kid to the studio and tried to get the kid to watch porn with him and then proceeded to do terrible things to the 14-year-old boy. I don't want to say it, but I'm pretty sure you all know what happened. He was found guilty of a misdemeanor battery and served a measly 6 months in prison.
That's fucking nothing. That's fucking nothing.
6 months. Think about that.
Yeah.
Huh? Isn't that just great? Next, we have Brian Peck, a man who was convicted of 2 counts of sexually abusing a child star and served 16 months in prison. And then he was charged with 8 counts of sexual abuse with controlled substances. And the worst part about this is the fact that he was only banned from direct working with children. So that means he is allowed to work on shows with underage children as long as he's not working directly with them.
Yeah, he needs like a mediator. Like, he tells his assistant to go tell the kid to do this better, or whatever. Like, it's just, why? Why is he even allowed near, like, other human beings? Like, that doesn't, it's just, I don't know. It just feels like Hollywood crimes are not the same as real crimes.
Them. I don't understand this world, man. I don't get it. Next, we have John M. Handy, a man who in his own personal journal referred to himself.
The journal. When they were talking about his journal in the documentary, it was just like, it was this quote here, and then just like so much fucking worse. It just, like, why are you writing this? Who is this for? Like, what the fuck?
As a pedophile full blown. Just cuff the guy. Like, I don't understand.
Yes.
He took over 1,000 photos of girls
Jesus
at an
Christ.
elementary school that was across where he lived. He literally used a telescope camera, spied on elementary school girls from across the street taking pictures. But not only that, at his church, he worked with 6-year-old girls. All of that while he was the production assistant at Nickelodeon, which obviously gave him even more opportunity to be around children more often.
And he was like, according to the documentary, he was the guy who would specifically like walk the children place to place on set. He was the guy literally leading them away from their parents.
The man finally got caught when he exploited 2 girls who desperately wanted a career on Nickelodeon, and he kind of sexually exploited them for that, and they were underage. He was only sentenced to 6 years in prison, and the only reason why his case is so important is the fact that it reached the media's ear. And this is when Nick's finally like, okay, let's put our foot down a little bit. You know, the media's starting to sniff.
Not by a lot, though. Let's just barely put our foot. Let's do the absolute bare minimum here.
Around, you know, thinking that we got pedophiles. Let's just put our foot down a little bit. And the most recent case was actually a man named Marin Weiss, who was arrested and charged with 8 felonies from alleged abuse of a boy. And right now he's being held at an $800,000 bail. There's also Jason James Murphy, who actually changed his name after he was convicted of child molestation.
Who is this fucking guy? Oh my god. So he was
and abduction 15 years prior. And all that time, he's working at Nickelodeon, just chilling out with child actors under a different name. Oh,
and he just assumes that like his past is not going to catch up to him. He fooled the system because he stopped using his last name. And it worked for so long. You don't think it's weird that this guy looks exactly like that child molester, and like his name is the exact same, just minus he doesn't have that last name anymore? No one raises an eyebrow to that?
Boy, Nick is just full of these guys. So let's move on to the guy of the hour, John K. The man who I've mentioned a few times throughout this video. He's actually the man behind Ren and Stimpy. There's a lot of detailed videos on the internet about this man. If you
Isn't he like also a Nazi? He's just like a pedophile Nazi.
Want to know the whole story, because a lot of this stuff is coming out somewhat recently. But the summary of his whole situation is that he hired a girl intern who was a 13-year-old aspiring to be an animator who looked up to
That's weird. Why is the 13-year-old an intern?
John. And throughout her time working with him, he groomed her, sexually abused her, all that kinds of stuff. Kind of treated her like a pet in a way. And when she finally turned 17, that's when they started dating, and she even moved in with him. Not only that, but John K ended up taking pictures of him having sex with his underage girlfriend and showing it to people around his animation studio. And it wasn't just her. There were many underage girls that John sexually abused and manipulated. The rabbit hole just goes really deep with this guy. And not only that, he apparently had a very big fascination with drawing child porn and showing everyone. There's actually an interview with him on Howard Stern where he shows a character who he considered a hot chick with big cans. And then he ended it with a quote that says, "She's underage too," and then starts laughing.
One of them's a hot chick with big cans and nice legs. Who drew that? You?
She's underage too.
Yeah, very nice.
The part where he says she's underage too is almost like a brag to him. He's literally filled.
Yeah, oh my god, what the fuck is this guy? I mean, I'm almost not surprised though. Like, Ren and Stimpy is kind of a fuck show.
With an echo chamber of people basically saying that it's fine to do this, John K. You're allowed to do this. We're Nickelodeon Studios. We're millionaires. He's literally bragging about finding an underage girl attractive.
He also looks like the drummer for the Black Keys.
And when John K apologized, his way of saving his own ass is blaming all of the things he's done on his bipolar disorder. Not sure, but I don't think bipolar has anything to do with being interested in children.
Yeah, no, my grandma's bipolar and she's like constantly molesting kids. It's crazy. It's like a real problem. No, No, you fucking idiot. That's not. You can't use those as defense. I would ask if he's stupid, but yes. It sounds like he's what is it? Like Arrested Development? Just fucking. Is he in jail? There we go. Please tell me he's in jail now. You're in jail, right? Weinstein effect. Interesting. In response, his lawyer confirmed that for a brief time, 25 years ago, he had a 16-year-old girlfriend. Oh. Okay. Deny his avid pursuit. Avid pursuit? Bro, if you are avidly pursuing a 16-year-old, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, you're sexually harassing them. Motivated by undiagnosed bipolar and ADHD. Yeah. Yeah, uh-huh. Jesus Christ.
Next one, we don't have to mention too much, Dan Schneider. We gotta mention him. I don't even consider him to be on the last tier of this list, but there are so many things about him. And the biggest, strangest thing when it comes to Dan Schneider is the fact that everyone stays silent when it comes to him. I mean, most people know about the foot thing.
They had to like I read Jeanette McCurdy's book, and she mentions like being paid money or like being offered money not to talk about it, something like that. So I would assume that's like why so many people haven't said anything. Like I assume a lot of them are under NDAs. Like so many of those cast and crew are under NDAs or did take some sort of deal like that because yeah, I mean that explains it.
And if you look through the catalog of Nickelodeon shows and all of the feet scenes that Dan Schneider has his paws on, and also the foot of Nickelodeon can be pretty sussy as well. But it's the fact that
Dan Schneider
Nickelodeon
look like now. This is what he looks like? No way this is the same guy. Why did he push his hair back finally? Huh. I mean, good for him. It looks like he lost weight. I don't think the goatee is really helping him though. It might, some say, make him look creepier.
Fired him after people started accusing him of all these things and started connecting the dots on the whole gross stuff he's doing with the shows. And I think the reason Dan is definitely one of the more known and the worst out of the bunch is the fact that he put these disgusting, weird fantasies out on the big screen for everyone to see. Anytime someone watches a show,
like attached to it very proudly. Like people know him because his name is at the beginning, created by Dan Schneider. Like that's it. Like you watch Drake and Josh, you watch iCarly, you watch Victorious. They all say created by Dan Schneider. That's why you know him and not fucking like Jason Handy.
show that has a foot in it on Nickelodeon, they're gonna get uncomfortable. But the really weird part about this is when he was fired in 2018 from Nickelodeon.
Does that say feet in the background, or am I crazy? That hat. It looks like a bucket hat next to the pig one. That says feet, right? Is that like a subliminal?
Nick made no statement on it. Every time you ask Nickelodeon about it, they keep their mouth shut. So no one knows what's going on with Dan Schneider and what the skeletons are in his closet. And last, but definitely not least, we have a very dark case. The Invader Zim inspired murderer. So Scott was a kid that was convicted.
What? How the fuck does Invader Zim inspire you to become a murderer? What?
Of murdering his neighbor
Goth
in a
teen
very,
murder trial.
very graphic manner. Now,
Okay.
a lot of people obviously are probably going to write this off as blaming media for people murdering people. You know,
No, you don't get it. He thought he was Gur. Or what was the goth kid who just wanted to kill Zim? What was that guy's name? Dib. Yeah, Dib. I thought Dib was the coolest fucking kid when I was a kid.
the whole joke of, oh, games cause you to kill people, movies, violence cause you to
He
kill
thought
people.
he was
that whole
dead.
thing. But what Scott apparently did is he broke into her house, bludgeoned her, and eviscerated her. Apparently pulling out.
You know, like they do in Invader Zim. How the fuck are you gonna connect these?
Her organs and other pieces of her body as well. And the
What?
reason that this is somehow connected to the Dark Harvest episode of Invader Zim. That episode obviously is about Invader Zim stealing an organ from each student in the school in order to be more human. I've talked about it on my channel. You guys have probably seen it before. But the
Okay.
reason it was brought up in court is the fact that Scott's girlfriend testified that he was curious about how the human body would function without an organ. And even when being shown the images of what he'd done to his neighbor, he was more interested in his work and what was going on with her body rather than caring that someone died.
Okay, so this isn't really Invader Zim inspired. This is more Invader Zim adjacent. I'm just trying to. Okay. No. Yeah, go on.
So let's be honest, no one
Just
really knows
processing.
if he was inspired directly by the Dark Harvest episode of Invader Zim, but the fact that there is any connection whatsoever, and it was even brought up as a
I mean, I don't think there's any connection whatsoever. He stole all of these women's organs. Didn't list the show as one of his reasons. And, like, on top of that, not his classmate. She's just a neighbor, right? She was just his neighbor? Or did I miss that it was his classmate neighbor? He was homeschooled in the same home.
about it, they keep their mouth shut. So no one knows. Finally, not least, we have a very dark case.
I'll go
The
back to the
Invader
beginning.
Zim inspired murderer. So Scott was a kid that was convicted of murdering his neighbor in a very, very graphic manner. Now, a
Yeah.
lot of people obviously are probably going to write this off as blaming media for people murdering people. You know, the whole joke of, oh, games cause you to kill
It does-
people,
it does
movies,
seem like
violence
this is
cause you
just
to kill people, that whole
blaming
thing. But
media.
what Scott apparently did is he broke into her
October 15, 2005. So when did the Dark Harvest episode come out? Oh, 2001? Okay. Well, I mean, I guess he's a few fucking years late. Let's see. If I go to, oh wait, no, it's not that. Yeah, no, this is a stretch,
her
to say
house,
the least.
bludgeoned her, and eviscerated her, apparently pulling
Yeah,
out
this
her
happened
organs and
4
other
years
pieces of her
after
body
the
as well.
episode
And the
came out.
reason that this is somehow connected to the Dark Harvest episode of Invader Zim. That episode obviously is about Invader Zim stealing an organ from each student in the school in order to be...
Obviously. Why is it obvious? Obviously, the episode title called Dark Harvest is about Invader Zim harvesting an organ from each one of his classmates so that he can appear more human. That's the Dark Harvest. Obviously. Okay. Well, I would have assumed like it's a Halloween kind of farm episode, maybe.
More human. I've talked about it on my channel. You guys have probably seen it before. But the reason it was brought up in court is the fact that Scott's girlfriend testified that he was curious about how the human body would function without an organ. And even when...
Without certain organs. Not without a organ, without certain organs. You're stretching.
And being shown the images of what he'd done to his neighbor, he was more interested in his work and what was going on with her body rather than caring that someone died. So let's be honest, no one really knows if he was inspired directly by the Dark Harvest episode of Invader Zim, but the fact that there is any connection whatsoever, and it was even brought up as a point in court about it. It's scary to think about, you know? So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, my own custom iceberg video. I'm sorry that a lot of this probably ruined your enjoyment of Nickelodeon or Nickelodeon shows. And if you guys have anything that I may have missed or that's very obscure that I can talk about later, please let me know, because I realize I missed a lot of things. There are so many different lists out there. I went through as much as I could and just picked out the ones that I found interesting. I mean, obviously this is an iceberg video, but at the same time, there's still a lot of things out there that we have no clue about. So once again, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you like this video, please subscribe. If you like this video, please like the video, because that makes sense. If you like it, then you should like the video. Please comment, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch.
Subscribe.
Bye.
That was pretty good. I liked it, but that was at the end there a bit of a reach. I don't even think that kid actually killed someone because of Invader Zim. He's way too late for that. Way too late. But I'm gonna take a break real quick, go pee, get something to drink, and yeah, I'll be back in a bit, just so we can continue on with this parents discovered teen son's horrifying secret. So let's check that out, and I promise, don't worry, I'll be back. I promise I'll be back. Calm down. I'm back. I'm back. Hello. I turned the heat up. I was getting pretty chilly. I put a sweater on too. Whoa. Where'd my arms go? Sleeves, man. How do they fucking work? How do you make a sleeve? I forgot to mention this at the beginning of the stream. But when we were first checking out this house and cleaning it out and everything like that, in the basement, we found this room that had like a piss jar in it. Not a huge deal. But inside the room with the piss jar was a bucket. And in the bucket was just like a bunch of pool noodles. But then, when I pulled all the pool noodles out, I found this. I found a bow and one arrow. The arrow was in the closet over there in this room. This room here that we're in right now. This very room. But I found the bow in the basement. And it's just a fucking bow. It's hard to do with a cat getting in my lap right now. But it's just a child's compound bow. I'll get ya. I'm gonna get ya. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What am I doing? But yeah, this was just in the bucket. They just left it. Who leaves a bow and one arrow? Do you think they took the other arrows with them? Or was there always just one arrow? The world may never know. Anyways. Parents discovered teen son's horrifying secret. From Explore With Us. Always great content. Always bangers. Reliable bangers from Explore With Us. I wonder what his horrifying secret is. I sure hope it's not a murder.
It's right here. Yeah, because there's an arm. There's an arm, there's another arm, there's another one.
Parents have some.
There's 3 arms? Hold on. Why are there 3 arms? There's an arm, there's another arm, there's another one. How many bodies does this fucking kid have?
Concerns of some stuff they may have found in your room?
Yeah, I believe so.
And what would it be?
A human head and hands.
I don't like that he tries to seem sinister when he says it. 'Cause, like, just weird. He got caught pretty fast, it seems like.
Now, one is John. What's the address emergency?
Hi, there's an emergency. I found something in my son's closet wrapped in a plastic bag.
Okay, what was it?
What do you do in this situation? How do you... I genuinely don't know what I would do.
I think it's a human head.
It's a what?
I think it's a human head.
On March 1st, 2021, police at Grand Junction, Colorado.
Okay, so 2 things really quick. I've been there. That's a fucking small ass. There's nothing to do in that town. This is okay. I hope this does not seem like an exaggeration. You just drive through this. If you're like driving through the town, you're just driving through here, and there's like some like gift shops and stuff. There's a really cool one actually. I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me. But this is an insanely like nothing town. This is just a pit stop. I got gas here.
Received this chilling 911 call. A mother has just discovered a disturbing secret hidden within her son's closet. Even more terrifying, he's currently just outside the house while she makes this call for help.
Oh my god.
Because it looks like there's a fallen ear.
Is it bloody or does it like anything like that?
I just need to come.
Okay, I don't want to blame the 911 operator too much, but that's a weird question to ask. Obviously, this goes completely off of any script that a dispatcher would ever be given. But, like, there's not, like, a similar one that you can pull from. I understand that dispatchers have, like, a script. Blah, 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 blah. This is blank. And then, like, you know, they say this keyword, and you're like, okay, it's anyone armed, whatever. But, like, when somebody tells you that they just found a human head in their son's closet, there's not like a follow-up in that dialogue tree for you. That you have to freestyle.
Do I have to take a picture and send it to you?
Fair. That's a fair question. She told you that she just thinks she found a human head in her son's closet, and you're like, why do you think that? Is there blood? That's not important. Those aren't important questions to ask. You say, we're sending someone over right away.
What's the address?
The dispatcher tries to get as much information as possible to make sense of this shocking call and give officers an idea of what they might be walking into.
Is your son there now?
He just pulled up. We wanted to make sure he was here before we called.
How old is
he? 19. He's had a little bit of a fascination with the morbid, but he was channeling it, I thought, into becoming a crime scene investigator, but not so much.
Do you think he's going to be cooperative with us?
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like discovering a human head in your son's closet completely throws like anything you know about your son out the window. I don't know if he's going to be cooperative. Until 2 seconds ago, I never thought that I'd find a human head in his closet. And I'll tell you one thing, my mom never would have found a human head in my closet at 19 because I had moved out.
I don't think he'll be violent. Just came back from his friend's house.
Does he have any weapons in his room, or do you guys have any in the house?
I don't know. I think that he has a shotgun, but we can certainly remove it immediately before he gets in his room. He's out by the car now, so.
Is the bag still in the closet?
No, it's in my kitchen sink. And there's a secondary bag that I have not opened. It's currently covered with a towel.
I feel so bad for this mom. I just have to run.
There's a second bag though. I don't know what's in it. I didn't open it.
I'm sorry. Did he take the second bag out of the closet?
I took the second bag out of the closet and put it in the sink.
Where's Brian now?
I think he's still outside.
Then you're in the backyard now?
I am, yes, because I don't want him to hear me.
Despite the horrifying nature of this call,
Bowie, I can see you going in for the milk and you're not gonna get it. I love that the 911 dispatcher is also like whispering as if he's in the backyard too. Is Brian there now? Bowie, what are you doing?
police could not have anticipated the twisted tale of violence they were about to embark on, nor did they have any idea just how shocking the motive behind the inexplicable horror would be. One day prior to responding to this harrowing incident, The emergency services had attended to a rather unusual call at 2 a.m. on Sunday, February 28, 2021. 19-year-old Brian Cohey Jr. is having a bad night. As officers arrive at the Blue Heron boat ramp, they can scarcely believe their eyes. The majority of the following footage has never been seen before. It's been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor, a licensed clinical psychologist, and a former detective, former licensed polygraph examiner, and former hostage negotiation commander and instructor.
Is that car in the water? You drive the car into the fucking lake?
How do we call a tow for that?
I don't know, because he'd have to get in the friggin' water.
Yeah.
I called Black's Towing. They want me to text them a photo of the car because they think they might be able to pull it out.
Okay. So you're already in contact with them?
Yeah, but I only have like 10% battery left on my phone, and now he wants me to text him a photo of the car, and I'm like, oh, good Lord.
You can definitely do that with 10%.
Text it to him for you if you'd like.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
You can definitely. She just wants to go home. I don't blame her. But with 10% battery, you can definitely take a picture and text it.
That police officers see a car floating in the Colorado River. To try and make sense of what they're observing, the officers speak to Brian's mother.
He is an inexperienced driver.
Okay.
Put his car here on the angle and got out and like just looked around at the moonlight for a moment, and when he went to get back in, he wasn't able because of the angle to pull it out. I don't know. He's right there.
Okay. We'll talk.
That is a really bad cover story. That doesn't make any sense. Why is she so calm about this? Why is she so calm? Her son just drove a car into a lake. Why is she so calm?
Real quick. Sounds good.
Officers decide it's best to get the story straight from the horse's mouth, and 19-year-old Brian has no choice but to own up to his mistake. Little do these officers know, there's a sinister secret lurking in the background of this crazy story.
He's the kid who killed someone, right?
Hey, partner, you want to come out and talk to me real quick?
Sure, I mean,
Appreciate it, man.
I'm really cold. Is it okay if it's in here? Because
That's fine. That's fine. I did not know that. No, please stay in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Nobody else in the car.
Nope.
No,
Okay.
no, just us. I'm the father. That's the mother. And this is our son. He just...
Terrible time for me to start eating my Sour Patch Kids. Why did he take his pants off? Were they wet? I thought he couldn't get back in the car. Why doesn't Brian have pants on?
Sounds good.
20 minutes ago and said, Dad, I parked at the boat ramp and I messed up. I tried to get out of the car and it slid down.
Well, you're not hurt, right? You're okay?
no, just a little cold is all.
Just beside your pride a little bit.
And probably $7,000.
Okay. All right, man. Do you have your ID with you, driver's license, by any chance?
Okay. Now I gotta look.
Well, I felt like I needed to get out, and I figured, why not park here and just
relax a little bit?
Relax and think.
Okay.
And I parked on the boat ramp, and I thought it would be easy to get out. But when I tried to,
Where did you park exactly? Were you down the hill a little bit?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
And then
When he got back in, go ahead.
when I got back in, I tried to put it in drive, and it didn't go up. So then I tried putting it in low gear, shimmying it a bit. That didn't work.
Were you facing down?
No, I was facing
this way?
up.
You back down?
Yeah.
That's a really good idea.
It's a predicament.
This doesn't even make sense. Now his dad's confused by the story too. Wait. You mean to tell me you fucking did a 3-point turn so that you could reverse into the boat ramp as if you had a boat on a trailer? Why? And the way the car is angled at all, I don't believe that at all. It looks like he drove it just fucking straight down.
Commits so ridiculous that the responding officers can't help but laugh.
How we're gonna handle this, man?
It might stay.
Do I get a tow going for a car in the river and see if anybody will take this?
I'm gonna work on that.
I don't know, man. So I'm kind of glad you were coming down here because I was like, it's not a crash. He just
it's like
parked it
out in the water.
He parked it and basically couldn't get it up. It just lost traction, looks like, and then he actually went in it down in the water. He's not hurt at all. So I'm like, how are you gonna get this car out if possible?
I don't know.
The officers are convinced that this is a teenager's mishap.
I am like the unluckiest person on earth when it comes to cars. This, not even like a remote possibility for me. Like if I told somebody this story with my history of cars, they would be like, something's up. This doesn't make any sense. Like even as a complete freak accident. Like how?
It will be some time before they begin to suspect that
And it's not like he's 19. It's not like he's a 16-year-old new driver. He's like a 19-year-old new driver. He has 19-year-old brain. He doesn't have 16-year-old brain. I can maybe see like a fucking 15-year-old with their permit somehow maybe doing this. But this is odd.
There's anything more to this story than what they've been told.
We're gonna get some options for you here, man. I'm not sure exactly if we're gonna see if we can go through the list if anybody's got some ideas on getting this.
Why is his window rolled so far up? Why doesn't he just roll the window down more?
We're gonna see if we
He
can
just
go
like
through the list if
slowly.
anybody's got some ideas on getting this car out of here or not. I don't know. I don't see a whole lot of cars that have put themselves in that situation, so we're gonna see what we can do. And,
I'm actually the owner of the life jacket program on the boat ramp here. I do all the life jackets in Grand Junction, Colorado. So it's like, oh my god, this is not.
It happens. It happens.
It doesn't happen. You actually just said that this has never happened. This specifically does not happen. Like ever.
And over the whole ordeal, Brian's mother talks with the officers.
Yeah, we made him wait till he was almost 18 before he got his driver's license.
Why?
We didn't want him having any accidents like they do in
You guys are terrible parents. Yeah, we waited until he was an adult and almost out of the house so that he could have the least amount of practice possible before going out on the road. Especially in the fucking mountainous area they live in. Oh god.
They're 16 and 17 and
Gotcha.
stupid things. But stupid usually doesn't have an age limit, I guess.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, this is my first time too.
Really?
It's a new one for me.
What's that?
So I've never seen one of these either, so it's a new one for me.
On my website, backing up when people back up their boats, I see accidents when a truck goes accidentally in the water. Next thing you know, the boat and the truck's in the water.
I lost him.
Just let me know if he does. That way, if not, we can try and get hold of a tow truck and go from there.
No, it's at an angle. It's heading upriver. It's facing upriver.
Yeah.
Yes, the front of it is facing upriver. Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. It keeps losing the call. Ah! And he's like, I don't want to get wet. I don't have the proper clothing to go into the water and get wet.
Why is everyone so calm about this? There's a car in the river. This literally only happens under suspicious circumstances.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert. Well, you know, I was just talking to the patrolman, and they're suggesting that we just adjust this in daylight hours. That's why they make the big bucks. They're smart. Nobody wants to get in the water. I hear ya.
At long last, the officers make contact with the towing company willing to come out to the river in the middle of the night and risk the frigid waters.
Those are the true fucking heroes.
With help on the way, they finish things up with the Cohees.
If you guys want to stay warm, you're more than welcome car and see where it's warm.
Does he need to stay here?
I'm
Or
sorry?
is he free to go? I'm sure he'd like to go home and get warm.
I'm sure you'd like to get some pants on.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's not a crash. It's
Okay.
a simple
It's
mistake.
just a stupid accident.
So,
I know.
Am I just being weird about this because it's so... I have the context that this kid has a horrifying secret. But, like, this is suspicious. And no one is, like, weirded out by this at all.
Alright, I'm gonna take him home then, and then we'll come back here and figure out what's what with this picture.
Terry and Brian Sr. take Brian home, but they soon return without...
Why? That makes the least amount of sense possible. I'm going to take the person who did the accident home, away from the scene. You can no longer question him. You can't see his body language, anything like that. You can't... Yeah, I'm gonna take the kid who just drove the car into the river. We're just gonna take him away. Yeah, alright, see ya.
Their son to the boat ramp.
What the fuck?
Nearly an hour later, the tow company is making progress. But as the car nears the shore, the officers make a disconcerting discovery.
hey, quick question for you.
Sure.
So the back bumper, I don't know, you can probably see it from here. It's a lot of red on the back of that, dripping down it all a little bit. But underneath the license plate, a little area right there. Okay.
Okay.
A lot of red, which means looks like blood.
Blood?
Yeah. I don't know if did your son hurt himself on his way out at all?
He might have. He just didn't know it. I don't know.
That's why I'm asking. It's a good question. He's at home. He's to make sure he's not.
It's almost like you probably shouldn't have fucking driven him home, right? It's almost like there may have possibly been more questions that could have been asked. Probably should have waited, yeah? Huh. I wonder.
Got a cut or something out on him somewhere that he's not aware of, maybe because his adrenaline was a little high. Maybe just have him do like a self-check, make sure he's okay.
Hello? Brian, are you okay? They see blood on the back bumper of the vehicle.
Really?
Yeah, did you get hurt?
No.
Are you sure you don't have any injuries?
No, I'm fine.
Just gotta work on that tone. You're not at all confused or concerned why there's blood on your car? You just sound annoyed that they're calling you. I mean, I guess whatever, he's a teenager, but even as a teenager, if somebody called me and I completely accidentally somehow drove this car into a lake, or I guess the Colorado River, and they pull it out and there's blood on it, and I know for a fact that I didn't, like, put the blood there, I'm not responsible for the blood being on the car, then, like, I want to be involved. I'm also confused and concerned, not annoyed.
We're not sure.
We're not sure. It's a red, something red underneath the license plate.
Similar blood stain.
Oh no.
Right, but you're not injured. You don't have any cuts.
No, I don't know what would cause blood or whatever it is on the bumper.
He's not a good liar.
You're not injured.
No, I'm not injured.
Officers may have some concerns about the mysterious red substance on the bumper, but they release the car into the Cohees.
Why?
However, on March 1st, the next day,
this would only
police
fucking
once
happen
again
in a
find
small town.
themselves at the Blue Heron boat ramp. A homeless man by the name of Warren Barnes has been reported missing. Officers speak to the woman who called in the report.
How do you know Warren?
I own Monique's Bridal downtown, and I give him a chair to sit and read his books.
When was the last time you saw him?
Saturday, 5 o'clock. I said, I'll see you tomorrow, Warren. And he was like, okay, meaning he planned on coming down on Sunday. And then he did not show up. So I'm thinking if they saw him Saturday, maybe it happened more up there because it's weird. He would never come down here. He would never come all the way down here.
He doesn't have a camp down here or anything?
No, he worked for People Ready. And someone found the wallet and called People Ready this morning. And they said that everything looked like it was in there because he doesn't have much. And I just...
Did this fucking kid kill a homeless guy? I almost want to be surprised and disgusted, but like, of course, this fucking 19-year-old like coward ass bitch decided to like pick off somebody he felt like no one would care about.
Just gave him $20 for
Jesus
beer,
fucking
so I
Christ.
know that he had maybe a couple bucks.
So they found his wallet just down here at the boat
Yep.
ramp.
Monique Lanati has forged a special friendship with
Thank
Warren over
fucking, I mean, like, obviously, I'm not holding out hope that he turns up okay. But thank fucking God for this woman. Otherwise, this kid would have gotten away with it. Completely. And if it was literally any other homeless guy, he would have. That's disgusting.
over the years.
So why did you, what raised concern with you today to report him missing?
Because the place People Ready called to see...
What do you mean? What concerned you? They're like acting like he's not, like, because he's homeless, he like can't have like a routine. He said he was gonna be by yesterday. He doesn't show up. Somebody finds his wallet the next day, calls his work. He hasn't shown up to work. Huh, yeah, I wonder what raised her concern, cause like he's homeless and you don't have to worry about him. You don't have to worry about him. What like made you concerned enough today to call? You're a shitty detective.
If I had seen him because he didn't show up for work, and he's never once not shown up for work in the 4 years he's been working for them. So I said no, and that I hadn't seen him since Saturday. No.
No, she's never.
No one is fucking listening to her. No, he doesn't camp down there. That's why it's weird they found his wallet there. And it's also weird that none of you were like, hey, this is where we found that fucking car last night. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's why I'm freaked out, because there's no way he walked all the way down here in his wallet.
So, in how many years?
4 years. Yeah, that's as long as I've known him.
Officers soon find that Monique is not alone in her concerns about the missing Warren Barnes.
He literally shows up every morning, every day without fail, like at 6 o'clock, sometimes a little sooner, and we always let him in before the customers. We give him free coffee. He's the nicest old man ever.
Do you talk to him at all?
All the time.
He's the nicest old man ever. Do you talk to him at all? Yeah, I just said he was the nicest old man ever. It's almost like the cops just know that since it's like a homeless guy, like they don't have to put in as much effort. That they can just like half-ass it. And like barely listen, just like fucking scribble down their notes. And if they wait a week, everyone will forget.
Every morning it's around 6.
Yeah.
Without fail.
Without fail. And he's the nicest guy ever. Rough looking, but he is the nicest guy.
Monique gives officers a photograph of Warren in the hopes that it'll help with their search.
Looks like Biff Witt.
That's the only one I have, and that's from June of 2019, so he's a little bit thinner. Okay.
So who found his wallet down there?
The lady from the place said that it was whoever runs the life jacket thingy.
I'm actually the owner of the...
Interesting.
Of the life jacket program when the boat ramp here.
Okay, maybe not as shitty parents as I thought. Cause like as soon as they got home, they were like, this is like, he went to bed and they were like fucking huddled up in the living room, the mom and the dad, and they were like, alright, so he's full of shit, right? Like, they just wanted to make sure that he wasn't gonna have to deal with the cops right that second, probably. You know, like, just in case. But they know he's full of shit. Like, they may not know that he's done anything illegal or, like, fucking heinous. Oh my god. But, like, they know he's not telling the truth. They're his parents.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, of course. I hope you guys find him. Oh, I hope he's okay. If anything, I just hope you find him so that we can start the next process, whatever. Because I don't know. I just have a really bad feeling.
Monique's tone doesn't convey much hope, and with only
Yeah.
an old photo.
And yes, and like I would have zero hope either. Because this is just what happens to homeless people. Like, so often they're targeted because they don't have a lot of people. And so like, yeah, like they're just fucking some like serial killers starting point so many times because just like nobody will fucking care enough to look. And I would feel the exact same way if I was that woman.
Photograph, police
That's
have very
that's
little
just
to
sad.
go on. However, things are transpiring across town. As it turns out, it was indeed Brian Cohey's father who called about the wallet.
Good.
He found it in the most unlikely place, the now recovered Ford 500 that his son accidentally sank in the river. With her suspicions raised, Brian's mother goes into his...
No fucking way. How did he get the... Wait, no, how did he get the garbage bags home without the car? What the fuck?
bedroom to investigate. It's March 1st, 2021, the day after the car incident at the boat ramp, and Terry Cohey is about to make a horrifying discovery as she opens her son's closet.
I think it's a human head.
It's a what?
I think it's a human head.
Why do you think it's that?
Because it looks like it's on ear.
Shocked and terrified by what she's found in her son's closet, Terry Cohey nonetheless has the presence of mind to keep Brian in the dark while she gets police to her address.
Good. Yeah, I would be on the edge of my seat if I was his mom. Like, I don't know if he's just gonna kill us now. Cause like he's been found out, or like what the fuck is he going to do?
Deputies from the Mesa
Christ.
County Sheriff's Office arrive at Brian's address, wisely leaving their sirens off as they approach. This could have frightened the young suspect, and it's important to keep him calm for the initial interaction.
What's going on, man?
The deputy makes contact with Brian using a friendly, disarming greeting, which goes further to establish...
If a cop walked up to me and shouted, "What's up, man?" I'm cooked. Immediately, that is like, oh, you guys fucking know something. That is not disarming at all.
An atmosphere of calm.
Not at all.
Of course, at the same time, the deputy is certainly scanning the area for any potential threats, as well as making sure that Brian has his hands where he can see them.
Cooperate. I am going to cooperate.
Okay, so parents have some concerns of some stuff they may have found in your room?
Yeah, I believe so.
And what
He looks like a fatter version of this guy that I work with. I can't see anything more than that. He just looks like he just looks like somebody I work with.
What would it be?
Jesus Christ.
A human head and hands.
Do you have anything on you? He's gonna cut, poke, hurt, stick me anything without reaching for nothing? Don't reach for nothing.
My phone and my wallet, that's
okay.
it.
Well, I'm gonna have you face that way. Put your hands on top of your head for me real quick. I just want to make sure you interlace your fingers for me real quick, all right?
It's important.
Without reaching for anything, that's white privilege. To be told, don't reach for anything, and then to immediately start reaching into your front pocket and not just get blown away, that's white privilege.
Important that the deputy only ask enough questions to figure out exactly what is going on at the scene. And while this is not the kind of encounter that even a veteran police officer would be accustomed to,
I'm glad his dad is not like trying to like protect his son or whatever. Like he's standing there and he's like, if this motherfucker runs, I am tackling this bitch. Like the first thing his dad says, like, you're gonna cooperate?
it's Brian's parents who must slowly absorb the shock of their son's admission.
I'm gonna have you walk over here. You're gonna sit in the back of my partner's patrol car for a minute, okay? Not yet. Okay. Just sit back there and hang out for me, okay? Can you walk me inside, please?
Let's walk you all through this, what happened at the very beginning.
Okay.
Let me do it. You go inside.
Well, let's stay out here with me for a minute.
Sit down. Come on, sit down, baby.
God bless his dad. He is. Oh, that is somebody holding it all inside right now so that his family does not completely fall apart. Oh, that's geeky
Can I go in there and verify here first?
Yeah, please. We haven't seen it. Yeah, we
Okay.
haven't looked at it. It's under the towel in the sink.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah,
Oh my god.
Just make sure that guy goes in the car first.
I can say, yeah, you can go in the sink, right?
Well,
The sink's
okay.
right there. No, you can anything. House is empty.
Okay.
We had a bad feeling about what happened this weekend.
Okay.
And she said there's a bag in this closet, and she opened it up, and she called me and said, get over here right now.
The deputy correctly asks for permission to enter the house
That's
so
good.
that he can confirm the grim contents
I mean, it's good that he has permission. He has to do that.
of the kitchen sink.
I covered it with a towel.
Okay.
So I didn't want him to see it because we didn't want him to run. I don't want to look at it.
Yep. Just sit back there and hang out for a minute.
I don't even know how you like process that. That is like the last thing you expect to find in a garbage bag. You're just going through your son's closet. You're like, oh fuck, garbage bag. This is kind of heavy. You open it up, and it's just like it's like looking at a Lovecraftian monster. It's like your brain cannot comprehend what it is seeing. I just have to imagine it's like that. Like it just becomes like two Sims having sex. It's just a complete pixelated nightmare in your brain.
How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you? You said your name's Brian?
Yeah. I'm not feeling too well.
You're not feeling too well? All right.
No, these past few days I've been very, very anxious.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too well. Can you like maybe, I don't know, be like a little nice to me? Can you maybe not like bump me on the head?
That's understandable. So what we're gonna have you do here is I'm just gonna have you sit in the back here, okay? I'm gonna turn on the air for you in a second. That way you're not too hot. Are you a hot-blooded or cold-blooded kind of guy?
I am very cold-blooded. I prefer cold. Well, no, actually, sorry, hot-blooded.
Hot-blooded. So you prefer the cold? Okay, fantastic. All right. So hop in here. I know you're tall, so it's a little bit of a tight squeeze, but like I said, I'll get that air on for you.
Sorry about that.
She did. Fuck, I did it again. There's a human head in his closet. Why is he not handcuffed? Why are we apologizing to him? Again, this is I don't mean to keep, like, being on my high horse. This is white privilege. He was freely allowed to walk to the car. They're talking to him just like nothing has happened. They're literally giving him the same treatment they gave him. He also kind of looks like Call Me Carson. But they're giving him the same treatment as, like, they did the night before when he accidentally drove the car into the river.
Alright.
Fucking ridiculous.
The officer has no response to this observation.
How you holding up, Brian? Okay. A bit thirsty? You guys have any water in your home? I can't make any guarantees we're going to be able to go in and get some, but I will get some water to you as soon as I can, okay? Alright, Brian. We're headed to the show.
You guys have water in your home? What? She like saying, like, go get it yourself. You guys have water? Why didn't you drink before we arrested you?
Sheriff's office and your family's gonna go with us, okay?
She also doesn't respond on the way to the sheriff's office when Brian casually makes another chilling remark.
It's under this bridge.
Okay, Brian.
Thank you.
I think what I hate the most about teenage murderers is, like, the air of anime supervillain they think they have after they've done it. It's like only what I've seen with, like, Explore With Us videos. But, like, they just always act like they are, like, they just fucking 4D chest the shit out of everyone like he wasn't caught in a night. It's under this bridge. Cool, why do you have to fucking monologue? Like, it's, I don't know, it's very much, they're just, like, behaving how they think they're supposed to act. Because I don't know, does this kid have friends? Or does he just consume media?
Officer. So walk with me. We're gonna walk right this way, okay?
You're fine with me not being in cuffs.
I'm fine with you not being in cuffs.
That's weird. He cut off a dude's head and hands. He should be in handcuffs. He should absolutely fucking be in handcuffs.
Alright, Brian, open this door for me, please. Just walk forward for me, Brian.
Oh, I should have a mask.
You're okay, don't worry about it, okay? Keep on walking.
Of course, the cop is like, you're fine.
Keep going. Take another left. Hard left, right here, right here. Alright. So have a seat, and we'll be with you in a moment, okay? Thanks, Brian.
With Brian situated in the interrogation room, investigators speak with his parents to find out what happened that harrowing morning.
He has the face of Lord Farquaad. Like, his head is just built very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's very square. It's like the Crimson Chin.
Just take your time.
That's the appropriate response. I would also be sobbing.
So I know very little about what's going on today. So, what started all of what's going on?
Terry relays the incident at the boat ramp.
So we have the car towed back to address, and of course with the battery being wet, nothing was operating. And so my husband was cleaning out the car because he was going to take it into Scotty's to see if they could maybe salvage it. Okay. And he found the wallet. So he called me this morning and he said, found the wallet in Brian's car. Oh, and the officers thought that there was blood on his car. Okay. The night that it was in the river. Okay. The scene.
Yeah, last night. That was last night. That was the night it was in the river. It was last night.
You know, he had just had a procedure done on his armpit a few days before, so I thought maybe the adrenaline opened that back up, and that's where it came from. I don't know. And he said, I don't know where it came from. And he took special effects class last summer, which involved fake blood. Okay. And he's like, you know, one of those fake blood containers first in my trunk is probably that. And I was like, okay, that makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't.
However, his father, Brian Cohey Sr., found something even grislier in the car's glove box and decided to confront his son.
Went back out there this morning just to continue.
His demeanor is so kind. You can just tell he's like a sweet man. He's very soft. He's like closed off.
And I opened the glove box and there was a knife in the glove box. Underwater. The glove box is full of water. Very large knife. And then as I go around the passenger door, I open the passenger door and there's a wallet in between this door and I open up. That's not Brian's wallet. It's frozen solid. Like, oh my God. That's not Brian's wallet. So I take it inside and I end up getting one of the wads of cards out. There's a label ready. I read that. So I called label ready. And then another one, there was a social security card. I was like, hey, this is a weird call, but I've got a wallet here with so-and-so's name, and I'm hoping he works for you all, or you subbed him out or whatever. Oh, yeah, my one, we've been missing him. Yes, he didn't show up today.
That is the worst fucking thing ever. You're like, the entire time you're like calling around, like going through the wall, you're just like, oh God, please. I just hope that like he found this wallet and he was gonna like try to return it, but got carried away. And then as soon as they're like, no, he didn't show up today. And then there's also the knife. It's... oh God.
Okay, well, I found his wallet at Blue Hen Boat Ramp. So here's my name, here's all my information. If you get a hold of him, tell him I've got his wallet here at my house. Okay, so I left that like that. Called Brian. Brian, what's going on? Why is there a wallet in the car? Oh, I found it down at the boat ramp when I was down there walking around. And he was so sincere. I took it all. I want to believe him. He's my son.
And because the alternative to not believing him is that he killed a man and took his wallet. So like, obviously you want to go with the story where your son is the good person who just found his wallet down at the boat ramp. Oh God. That's just, it's so unfortunate.
We found out, Brian, how come, all this going on in the last 2 days, how come you didn't tell us about the wallet? Dad, I was just so excited with all the goings on, my car getting towed because it's wet now, it won't start. I just didn't think about it. I didn't think it was important, Dad. I'm like, Brian, who is this Warren whatever guy? Dad, I swear to you, from the bottom, I only know one Warren. He's my school friend. It's not him. I believe him.
And he's right. He doesn't know this Warren. And that's why he thought he was gonna fucking get away with it. Because he thought no one knew him.
On the bumper, right? I'm like,
there's blood on the bumper, there's a knife in the glove box, there's a wallet stuffed in between the door and the seat. Yeah, man, he found it. He found the wallet.
Like a smear of blood. And I'm like, that didn't come from that cup. And I asked him, right, you tell me the truth. I knew. I didn't know something was going on. Had that gut feeling.
Despite the red flags, the family put the strange accident at the boat ramp behind them. But no one was prepared for the spine-chilling discovery.
It doesn't sound like they put it behind them. This happened over the course of like 6 hours.
Terry made the next morning.
I was in his room, cleaning up, putting some things away, and he has a rubber.
Dude, if you are going to not only live at home, but commit murders and then stuff the evidence in your closet, you also have to be adult enough to, like, clean for yourself. Like, you know that she has to find it, right? Like, if I'm 10 years old and I find, like, I don't know, a fucking candy bar, I don't know, the 10-year-old's fine, and I put it, like, in my dresser to hide it from my mom, I know my mom's gonna find it because she's the one who puts my fucking socks away. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't not hang up your own shirts and also put a human head in your closet. Because the person who hangs up your shirts is gonna find the human head.
Made container in his closet. And so I just kind of started digging through, going, you know, what is this mess? You know, like moms do. And I saw a plastic bag, a white plastic trash bag. And I was like, what in the world does he have in here? And I picked it up, and it was heavy. And I held it in my hand, and I was like, what in the world is this? What in the world? Is that like maggots covering something? Or I don't know. I better take it in the sink. So I carried it out to the sink, and it was double bagged. So I ripped open one bag, and I saw old blood. And I went, I ripped open the second bag, and I saw this head. I saw zero.
And, like, he's almost worse because, like, he knew he had to be subjecting his mom to that. Like, he had to have known that his mom was going to find that. And now she's traumatized too? Like, what the fuck? Why do you have to bring so many people down with you?
I didn't open the second bag. Okay. I called my husband. I said, Brian Jr. had already gone over his friend's house. He said, Mom, I want to go over to Kai's house. And I said, okay, but, you know, don't be over there too long. He goes, yeah, I should only be over there maybe 3 or 4 hours. It's good to hang out with her. And I said, okay.
This friend was Kylan Like, and police would speak with her shortly.
So I called his father.
Too close to
I said,
my
how
man.
did Stan Andy up from school? He said, I get that at 12:30. 12:40, whatever. I just said, you need to come over here right now. And he said, okay, well, I got Andy with me. And I said, you need to come over here right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there in a few minutes. And he hung up.
Kylan Like's mother, Heather Gale, recalled what she saw after Brian ended the call.
And my only memory of that was the way he peeled out of the driveway. I actually have a picture somewhere on my phone of the marks when he left to go, because his brother called him, I guess, and said, I need my car back.
We know, of course, that this was a ruse on the part of Brian's parents to get him back to the house after their horrifying discovery.
Brian, my husband, was already there by that point, and he put a towel over top of his. There was not that for me in bed. So we hatched a plan to call Brian and tell him. But his brother needed the Mustang for a driving license because he's on his learners. And just as he pulled up, I called him.
And he kind of knew something was up. Dad, you ever feel like the day's going to change? He started saying things. I'm like, yeah, it just seemed really vague. Me and Andy was sitting there, and Mom was on the phone over there talking to 911. And it just seemed like it took forever.
As his parents...
He's just like, oh my god. The whole process was just Such a headache.
Continue to speak with the detectives. Investigators Pete Berg and Lisa Norcross join Brian in his room.
Oh, she
Over
gets
the
a
next
mask.
2 hours, they will hear a shocking story of blood-curdling evil. And before the interview is over...
Let me guess. He killed a homeless man because he thought nobody was gonna miss him. He killed because he wanted to know what it felt like to kill. And he doesn't really feel remorseful because it's like a homeless person and he's fucked up in the head or whatever.
They will even learn the dreadful truth about Brian's ill-fated trip to the boat ramp.
Oh, thanks, right. Well, this is Lisa. She was calling. Hi, how are you? I'm okay, you? Good, thanks.
I'm okay.
Really good. Okay. Trade me seats? Sure. Ooh, this is a special chair. No, this is the special chair because it's softer and I'm old.
Brian is as cooperative and pleasant with the investigators as he was with the deputy who escorted him to the sheriff's office, but his nervous shaking and insatiable thirst indicate he is perhaps not as calm as he's trying to appear.
Oh my
The
god,
question
he
is
just
whether
keeps going
he's
back
anxious
in.
about his fate or excited about his moment in the spotlight. One thing to keep in mind is that according to his mother, Brian is diagnosed with ADHD and autism, and leg shaking can be a normal, stimulating behavior for people with these diagnoses. They read Brian his Miranda rights, and he agrees to speak with the officers.
From here?
I mean, he's definitely nervous.
Where did you go to school?
It's not just him bouncing his legs, but he's like he's also like petting his legs, and so like the bouncing might not be because he's nervous, but he's definitely petting himself as a self-soothing technique.
Probably elementary school just across from my dad's house. Then I went to Brooklyn Middle School. Right. Graduated last year. Good for you. Okay. Do you work? Yeah. Where do you work at? Not even part-time. I was going to say part-time, not even. As a bagger / courtesy clerk for Safeway. I work anywhere from 2 to 4 days a week.
It may seem at first glance that the
Relatable.
detectives are engaging in idle chit-chat to set Brian at ease, but this is part of rapport building, and it's also crucial for them to establish early on that Brian has been handling responsibilities such as school and work, and is perfectly capable of carrying on a normal conversation. This will make it much harder for Brian to claim before a jury that he was unable to tell right from wrong.
And how did you get here? I murdered someone. Okay.
It seems that Investigator Berg was merely asking how Brian physically arrived at the sheriff's office, but Brian doesn't stand on ceremony.
He's just cutting right to the chase. I mean, to be fair, I would think that like if somebody was asking me in an interrogation room, how did you get here? I would think that me answering by car is not the right answer. I would think that they would take that as like sarcasm. Like the cop was sitting across from me and was like, "So how did you get here, man?" And I went, "Well, you put me in the back of your patrol car and drove me here." Like, the interrogation would probably stop, right? They'd be like, "Okay, you're not cooperating."
With a tone and head tilt that suggests he's bragging, Brian makes the ultimate confession. In fact, he's all too willing to discuss this horrific crime with detectives.
So start back at the beginning and go slow and tell me as many details as you can remember. So, because I mean, Murray going to jail for the 15 years probably? I have no idea. Because we're at the beginning. It's murder. I mean, I'm going to jail for... Okay.
Does he think that he's just gonna be able to, like, joke his way out of jail? If he can make the jury laugh about how he's just, like, so... I don't even fucking know.
20, probably, but, so I figured, why fight it? Okay. So, what's important to me is to learn as much about you and what you did and as I can. Well, many details as you can give me, the better.
Brian's polite exterior only adds to the surreal depravity of his confession. He's somewhat of a unique suspect.
I don't even want to give him that, because it's like he's trying to be a unique subject. He's not actually so fucking different and fucked up from all these other killers. He's like the exact same as all these other killers. He's just like watched one too many animes and thinks he's the supervillain. That's just the vibe I get from like all of these like teen serial killers. It's just like they they think they're the fucking supervillain, when in reality they're just, no one's gonna remember your name. You're just another fucking freak.
Yeah, it was the night of February 27th. It was a full moon, and I figured I could see so well, why not drive out? I am in a bad state of mind at that time. I have major depressive disorder, so I am not thinking, shall say,
Never once have I been so depressed that I was like, I think I'll kill a homeless guy. No, usually the thoughts turn to yourself. Fuck, I'm just so depressed. I really need to kill a random person. Huh? What? Okay. Let him cook.
And I'm cruising around for an hour and a half. So I fill up on gas halfway through, and I'm eventually driving underneath the bridge near the sheriff's office. I'm bad with words. I'm just. Yeah. By the way, I'm a habitual late shaker. I have a question. You send people who have committed crimes like me. Do we stay in this county jail or are we moved? It all depends on what the judge says.
Brian maintains his spirit of cooperation, but he's clearly concerned about what happens after this interview is over. It's interesting to note how he compares himself to others with the phrase, people who have committed crimes like me, almost as if he has joined an exclusive club.
So we were at the bridge? Yes, I was at the bridge.
It's like he... I don't know. I mean, obviously he's a teenager, and they don't really think about the consequences to their actions. But he's like asking questions that I think could be Googled. And probably Googled before he committed a murder. Or he could just like look at previous cases, see what happened to them. Because this doesn't...
There's a road underneath, right? Under the overpass. And I was driving along.
I'm sorry. Are interrogation walls dry erase? No. Oh, wait. Maybe this can act as like a dry erase board? Why is he just drawing on the walls?
The shape here.
Is he allowed to do that?
Like, oh, interesting. So I go up, and as I'm looking, I see a large thing wrapped in a canvas. Okay. And I'm like, that's a homeless person. So I grab my knife, I put on 3 layers of gloves, because plastic gloves can betray their users because they're so thin, the vinyl gloves, by putting your fingerprints through. So I put on 2, 3 on one hand,
He thinks he's so fucking smart. He got caught in a day. He was caught in a day. And he's saying things like, yeah, I actually put on 3 layers of gloves because you put on just one, sometimes your fingerprints can get through. It's like, yeah, that's not even how we found you. It was actually a lot easier than that because you're a lot fucking stupider than you think you are. It's just so...
Took the knife, I pulled back the canvas, and I stabbed his neck. Okay. He was panicking at first. In his old man voice, he was in his 50s. I know why I call him old man. He was saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why? Ah!" And I just kept on stabbing his neck. It's okay if I do a demonstration. Oh, yeah.
No, actually, I'd rather you didn't. Personally, I'd rather you didn't.
This is him. I was straddled on top of him like this. Okay. And he couldn't fight back. It was actually surprisingly easy. I was barely breaking a sweat. I thought, oh, this guy, he's going to be tough. But no, it was actually surprisingly easy.
You caught him while he was sleeping. You jumped on top of him, like... I promise if I stabbed him to death in his sleep too, like, it'd be really easy. It's not the brag that you think it is. Literally taking candy from a baby. Yeah, it was actually really easy to kill this man at his most vulnerable point. Yeah, no house. He was asleep. No one around. It was surprisingly easy. No, that actually sounds like the easiest situation in which you could do something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like you kind of didn't do fucking anything, really. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't even doubt if this is like, if this is just like, if he hadn't been caught in a day, I would not be surprised if this is just the beginning for him.
During the time I was growling and making animalistic noises.
At this point, there can be no doubt that Brian is excited to tell the investigators all about his horrific deed.
Way too excited.
Not only is he pleased to be holding court, he's actually reliving the murder and relishing the memory, demonstrated by a smile. As for any question of this crime being premeditated, Brian admits to having put on 3 layers of gloves, which he already had with him.
The whole ordeal lasted about a minute.
Yeah, you went out driving because you could see so well. That's why I had 3 pairs of gloves with me. Jesus.
And in half. Okay. And when I was finished stabbing him, he took out his last breath, a grunt, and his head was halfway cut off in stabs. All the while, no, actually, after I killed him, I just couldn't stop saying, stinky, dirty, dirty, stinky, stinky. I wasn't smelling anything, but...
In an eerie coincidence, on one of his social media accounts, Brian identifies himself as that stinky boy registered under his
I'm gonna try to find his Reddit account. Because that's Reddit. That's 100% fucking Reddit. There's no doubt in my little brain about it. That Stinky boy. Oh no, I can't find it. Is it? Oh shit, nope, I found his Reddit account. And 4 years ago, in 2020, he was on the r/5050 subreddit. Man with his face peeled off and his privates in his hand, or a watermelon carved to look like a skull. Beautiful wedding cherry cake with a cool message. Car crash with a man's head cut in half hanging through the window. Why the long face? No, 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 get off that! Oh, that could have been really fucking bad. I think this is him. Five times over a few hours. What is he replying to here? Don't know. What the fuck? When a benching set fell on me when I was at a friend's house. Dude, you have not ever fucking touched a benching set. What the fuck? So, just right before he commits this murder, he goes into the weird fucking 50-50 subreddit. Before that, it's just totally fucking normal. Wait, what? Oh, I skipped over this. I have a counselor, but he assigned me to someone else because I was beyond his skill set. I'm also going to get a neuropsychological evaluation because of my irresponsibility. I can't really use any of my friends for support because they'd make fun of me. Oh no. Oh, I shouldn't have found his Reddit.
Email ID.
Well, I shouldn't have done that.
Why were you saying that? Okay. But you remember doing it, so.
Yeah. I suppose it was just me speaking out my mind at that moment. It was a pouring out of the mind.
Were you worried about?
Just like a stream of conscious.
Close to the road and stuff. Somebody seeing you
Well,
or catching you?
it was 11 p.m.
Okay.
So not many were driving by. Well, it was behind the pillar. So like here's the road. It was here. So people would only see a brief thing here and here.
So were you worried about them seeing you?
I was worried about one of them stopping.
What did you think could happen if somebody?
Well, if they looked, well, it was quite dark under there, so they wouldn't have seen the guy unless they looked. They would have seen me holding a bloody 12-inch knife, wearing gloves, and wearing a mask to conceal my identity, a face mask.
Okay. So you weren't doing it for COVID, you were doing it to hide your face?
Partially. Social distancing.
Why are we... Why is there so much levity here?
Yeah, but no one stopped, and I'm just like, proves the bystander effect.
His laughter and offhand...
No, it doesn't. You just said that it's like super dark, nobody can see anything. It's hot, people have their windows up and their AC on. This is not the bystander effect. Does he know what he's saying? Does he know he sounds this dumb?
And comments
to like
speak
adults.
to his mindset, which is that nothing is wrong. Brian mentions the bystander effect here, which is the idea that the more people there are watching a crime, the less likely that anyone will stand up and do anything about it.
Which is the exact opposite of the situation he is in. No one was around. There's no bystanders.
There are a few different reasons behind this, but we know that it often occurs because people may be afraid that they'll be judged by the rest of the crowd if they step in first to do something. Ultimately, people are social creatures, and the vast majority of people chose to do whatever the rest of the crowd does. It's a rare person that steps forward alone.
There's no crowd.
Notice you got a cut on your hand.
There's no crowd. And every single bystander, if you want to call them that, after the crime occurred, came forward. His mom, his dad, the homeless man's friend, both of his friends, or like his workplace at least, like every single person involved in this came forward. He's just throwing around like therapy speak.
That was when I was doing gas, when I filled up. What happened was, because I don't want to be seen in a gas station with a knife poking out of my pocket, I put it in the car on the back seat floor. When I'm done with it, I try and grab it, but my hand slips and grabs the blade, and as I pick it up, it slices these two fingers. Okay. And then...
So the blood wasn't even from the victim. It's because you don't know how to fucking grab a knife. You're supposed to grab it by the handle, not the blade. And they feel very distinctly different.
Let's see. Yeah. And then after that, I stripped his clothes. I cut open his belly to see his guts. They're really pink.
I'm sorry to keep pausing it, but like, why does he add the details like this? It doesn't make the story more interesting. It doesn't make him seem more like fucked up. It just comes across as like fucking try hard and cringy. Like he's trying so hard to come across as this cold, calculated killer. And then he's like, so when I get put in jail, am I going to stay in the county? He, at the same time, is both like trying to act like a super experienced fucking hitman, and then at the same time he can't help but to be a fucking stupid child.
Sorry, that was morbid.
One of the exceptional aspects of Brian's confession is the level of detail he provides. Together with his casual commentary and jokes, these details convey to investigators that Brian is being fully truthful about what he did. It's also worth noting that morbid humor has long been one of Brian's trademarks.
What about other kids in the neighborhood or on the bus? He didn't really, he had a couple of friends that he's had since elementary, but he had a morbid sense of humor and would make jokes, and I'd say, Brian, that is not funny. He'd go, yeah, it is, Mom. You just don't get my sense of humor.
In an interview with prosecutors, Kylan Like, who's known...
I assume his morbid sense of humor is not a morbid sense of humor. It's just him saying shit like, wouldn't it be funny if I like strapped a bomb to my chest and like blew myself up in front of a crowd? It's like, okay, the joke is that you're just killing people? Wouldn't it be crazy if like someone just came in here and shot up the place? Okay. Yeah, man, that would be crazy. Dude, what if get this. What if I just like stabbed you? What would you do? Like, what would you even do, man? That's just like, it's like, you no, man, you don't have a fucked up sense of humor. You're just like r/I'm so random with an edgy twist. It's like I don't know, there's not a lot of teenagers with a good sense of dark humor, but like every teenager's sense of dark humor is just being like, hey, awful thing. Okay, good joke, man. Yeah, I have a pretty dark and fucked up sense of humor. I like to say the N-word. Okay. Alright. You're not... That's not morbid, you're just fucking annoying and cringy and weird. It's... I don't know. It's just...
Brian since the 9th grade, and whose house Brian was visiting just before his arrest.
Holy shit, she knew him since the 9th grade. And he was 19 at this point? So she knew him for 4 years. That's not a long time. Yeah, we've been friends since freshman year. Oh, that's cool. How old are you now? I'm a senior. Okay. Yeah, you guys go way back.
Says that being provocative is a hallmark of his personality.
When I first met him, he was very edgy, is the best way I can describe it. He loved to get a reaction out of people and say things that would make people have a double take. He wanted to go against the flow. His jokes were always in the realm of dark humor. Very rarely did he make jokes that weren't somehow relating to death or violence or destruction or breaking the law or just basically just humor that is considered dark humor.
I don't know if... I don't want to be like a fucking comedic gatekeeper here, but like, what is the joke? Like, if you have a dark sense of humor, it's not... That's not you just constantly talking or joking about like killing people, harming people, and like causing general mayhem. That's not a dark sense of humor. Like, I don't even know, like the best example is like, I don't know, like dark humor is like 9/11 jokes. Not like joking that you are in the future going to do these awful things. Right? I don't know. It just doesn't... And like, I was a formerly edgy teen. I joked about blowing my house up with fireworks. But it's not like... I don't know, there's just some people who are like edgy for the sake of being edgy, and it's not like a dark sense of humor. It's just like you don't understand like social cues and situations, and you also like don't understand comedy.
And I know a couple of people personally who just hated him because that's kind of how he is. You either think it's hilarious or you hate it. And that's the people who think it was hilarious was a small percentage of people that unfortunately and embarrassingly included myself. And my very best friend of high school, Emily, was someone who hated him. And, you know, she's a bigger girl and he would call her fat and call her pig and call anybody who looked like that things along the same line. Like just spiteful, I guess. Just trying to like I said, get a rise out of people.
Kylan Like is not the only one who noticed Brian's love of sick humor. While in a youth diversion program 2 years earlier, Brian asked the other teens if they enjoyed a snack known as crispy meat bites. He joked that the recipe involved running your cat or dog through a meat grinder and then frying them up. Despite Brian's predilection for dark humor,
again, the joke is just like, hey, awful thing. You just don't get my sense of humor, guys. You just don't get me. No, dude, that's not a joke. You were just saying awful things. And like the meme he sent to his friend, it's I don't know. Maybe I'm old. Maybe I'm just an old fucking decrepit ass man, but like, I was the same age as him when he committed this crime. And like, I would not have been caught dead sending a meme like that to a friend. It's just so fucking cringe, dude. Grow up. This is shit that like 13-year-olds say and do.
Kylan's mom tells investigators that she never worried about her daughter being friends with him.
He didn't seem scary to me at the time. He just seemed unusual, like in the way that my nephew and other people I know that are on the spectrum are just a little unusual, like not a lot of eye contact, you know, things like that. But he never struck me as scary. Like I said, I actually let my daughter and her friends, not that I was in charge of her friends, but I let her sleep over at his house like a month, 2 months, whenever New Year's. And his mom, as far as I know, she ran a daycare, so I thought, you know, good with kids, whatever, you know.
Okay. Not only does Brian's mom run a daycare, she runs it out of her home. Upon discovering the severed head in her son's closet that afternoon, she had to scramble to get parents to pick up their children before calling police.
And I sent home all the children. I had a few little kids over, but I was watching, so I called their parents.
Oh my god, dude.
Family emergency, please come pick up your children right away. They're safe. They're not hurt. Parents came. I hope everything's okay. And they took their kids home.
Back in the interrogation room, Brian goes into further nauseating detail about the post-mortem mutilation of Warren Barnes.
Destroyed his eyes by stabbing them. Okay. And then I cut off his hands. I put those in plastic Ziploc bags. And then I cut off his right arm at this joint and at this joint. And then...
Those are called the elbows and the shoulders. You'd think, I don't know, you'd think somebody who is so into wanting every single detail to be told that, like, he would learn what those fucking joints are called.
At this arm, I tried cutting it here, and then I tried cutting it here, but what happened was I accidentally broke his bone. This one, it was poking out. And so I left that one here, partially cut, dismembered here, bone sticking out. And then I left his body there. And then I took the head, put it in a leftover pizza box from the dinner a few nights ago.
So you took the pizza box, okay, you were planning this from the fucking moment you left your home. I don't have any fucking doubt about it. Like, he was planning this from the get-go.
And then I took the hands, put them in the back, drove home, hid the hands and head in my room, cleaned the knife, threw away the garbage with the blood on it, and then put the blood stained, wasn't stained, it had splatters on it. I put it in the dish.
It's stained, man. It's stained. You put it in the washing machine. You haven't seen it because it's been a day since you put it in the washing machine. Your mom's gonna get it out of there, and there's gonna be blood. That's... whatever. He doesn't even do his own laundry like that.
Washing machine.
What did you put in there?
I put the outfit I murdered him in the washing. Yeah, I was wearing. Okay. In the washing machine, put it on high speed so it would effectively remove the blood. Washed it twice.
You'll notice again
It
that not
didn't.
only is Brian's
No,
level of
I
detail
promise.
remarkable and disturbing, he talks about the steps he took to avoid getting caught. These will
Which didn't help him at all, because he hit a fucking head in his closet.
undoubtedly be important elements to any eventual prosecution as it goes to establishing his state of mind.
I can back up just so I don't lose track of where my mind is. So you cut him open, did you cut his arms off, his hands off, all that before you went home?
Yeah, before I went home, I tossed the arm bits around. Like, I took the right arm bit, threw it out, took the left arm bit, threw it out.
So it's somewhere around that bridge?
Yeah, but look in a... Because I know crime scenes can be a very wide area. You're going to want to look in a 10-foot area. So, like, this is a zoom in. So, here's the road. And here's where my car was parked. His corpse is here.
The interview continues to get more and more bizarre.
I was gonna pause
In
it, but I
addition to
can't.
reliving the mutilation in full pantomime, Brian enthusiastically goes over the dimensions and location of the crime scene, as if he's a police lieutenant giving a briefing to his officers.
I hope I'm being cooperative.
Oh, you're doing great. So you could have just walked over here.
I could have. It's no use trying to deceive law.
So that's north.
Dude, the whole... What do you... You thought you were going to get away with this until today. You can't play the whole, I knew I'd get caught. I was just waiting for you guys to catch me. It was a day. You are not a mastermind. It happened in a day.
And you threw... What all did you throw while you were there? I mean, how many pieces am I looking for?
There are 2 pieces of arm. This section and this section.
She is like, what the fuck did I just walk into?
I couldn't say where they are.
Armed with information they've been fed from the interrogation, police officers descend on the area. There they find a scene that will no doubt haunt them for the rest of their lives.
It's right here. Yeah. Because there's an arm. Hey.
We're laughing? Okay, cool. No, I was just making sure that we're just laughing now.
The female cop starts to laugh when she sees an arm. It's unfortunate that the family and the court will hear this.
Yeah. Yeah, that is really unfortunate. And it's not just like a, oh, what kind of laugh. That's a full fucking belly laugh.
There's an arm, there's another arm.
Do some pictures.
I hate this fucking female cop. Search over, do some pictures. Okay, right, but no, he did say that, like, he was tossing him a bit over the place, so you found the body. You didn't find everything.
There's another one.
I don't have a clue.
This is like something out of TV.
Yeah. Discussion with the deputy chief about how these kids don't have any, right, here's a leg. That could be the upper arm or a leg.
Well, there's 3. There, and there.
Pieces down there. I mean, if we can get the lab out here, that would be the best thing.
Get forensics on it.
Holy hell.
As police officers less than half a mile away take measure of the bleak crime scene under the bridge, Detective Norcross probes more deeply into the whereabouts of the rest of Warren Barnes' remains.
You took, was it the head and the hands? And what did you put them in?
Well, there's a 3 rule for bodies. I like to call it the 3 rule.
Okay, tell me about
Right. Yeah, because he's so fucking seasoned. Well, there's the 3 rule. You know it. Tell me, we're all familiar with the rules of 3, correct? Yeah, and that's what it's when you put it in 3 bags, because 3 bags stop all decomposition. And nobody definitely would have smelled that fucking rotting head in your closet. Maggots were already starting to like show up. It's why does he think he's fucking duped them?
3 days, the body starts to stink. No, 3 hours, rigor mortis sets in. Body stinks.
He doesn't even. He's. Oh my god. He's trying to act like he fucking came up with it. He doesn't even remember how the list goes that he saw on Reddit.
3 days, the body starts to stink because of decomposition. 3 weeks, the body is starting to seriously decompose.
Right, right.
3 months, the body is unrecognizable. 3 years, it turns into a skeleton.
And may I ask how you know that?
I've always had a fascination with forensics and with anatomy and physiology. That's something I made up. So that's something I don't.
I don't even think that's true. Rigor mortis sets in. Yeah, that's not 3 hours. Whoops. So 2 days. Okay, I guess 3 to 5 days. And again, this is not 3 weeks. Okay, so he just doesn't even know what he's.
It's not like I've been inventing something. That's why I coined the 3 rule.
You kind of remember it that way.
Yeah.
That's your way of remembering it.
Did he just ask, is it accurate?
That's why I coined the 3 rule.
You kind of remember it that way.
Yeah.
That's your way of remembering
Is it
it.
accurate?
So it's not a rule. Again, you just made this fucking thing. No, it's not accurate. You're off by like so much. This is like how I did science as a 7-year-old. I had like a microscope and I'd like, I don't know, put a piece of foam on the slide and look at it and I'm like, yeah, I just discovered that foam is it's the holiest substance on earth, actually. Watching parents discover teen son's horrifying secret. It's going all right. I'm slowly losing my mind over the pretentiousness of this child. He's been like acting like he's some sort of mastermind. Like he got one over on the cops. He pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, and he got caught in a day. And he's talking about like the rule of 3s. Yeah, when it comes to bodies, it's the 3 rule. Rigor mortis sets in 3 hours. I just googled it. It's 2 hours. He's like, yeah, body starts decomposing in 3 days. I googled it. Starts composing that day. Decomposing that day. He's like, yeah, 3 weeks until serious decomposition. I just googled it. It's 8 days. So his timeline's all fucked. Like he doesn't. He's talking about coining this rule, and it's like this doesn't. It has like no evidence behind it whatsoever. It's like he saw the number 3 and he was like, "That's. I like the way that looks. And I think I'm gonna go with that one." Fucking bizarre.
Well, somewhat. So.
This segment is fascinating for a number of reasons. not the least of which is the remarkable display of skill on the part of Detective Norcross, who makes Brian feel as though she's mesmerized by his account of the 3 rule. She gives him a moment of validation at the end, and Brian's satisfaction is obvious.
He's literally like biting his lip. He really does. He has the most punchable face on earth. But he killed and he's like not, I don't even know how to describe what he did. Because like not only did he kill a homeless man, he just like desecrated the corpse. Just completely, and I found his Reddit account too, just a little bit earlier. And like right before the murder, he's posting on like r/5050. And he's posting comments talking about how his therapist assigned him to someone else because he's not under that skill set. And like this whole interview, he's just been like coming off as like a fucking anime villain. Oh yeah, he's got a Reddit account. Yeah, he's got a Reddit account. It's I can pull it up again. I accidentally almost pulled up one of the posts he commented on, and that was, here it is. Oh no, this is the wrong. There we go. u/that_stinky_boy. And right here, 4 years ago, which would have been, oh, it actually puts a date. April 2nd, 2020. It's roughly a year before he kills this homeless man, and he decapitated the homeless man, took the homeless man's head home, hid it in his closet. And a year before that, he's commenting on car crash with a man's head cut in half hanging through the window, and saying, "Why the long face?" And then again, he's talking about how he has various ideologies, and both of his ideologies, if he was a citizen and government official, are both right wing. It just doesn't. It's just so, and like before it gets like crazy, it's just like totally normal, just Reddit posts. Okay, I guess not this first one, but like it's not like he made this meme; he stole it. But it's just like normal shit. And then he's like commenting on like r/SCP, and then fucking all the way up, he just like takes a turn. The things he was describing in the his ideology segment was a bit fascist, but not really. Like I don't know that much about his ideology. He posted one comment about it. He doesn't seem like he's like a Nazi, but I also really don't want to give him the benefit of the doubt because he did stab a homeless man so many times he decapitated him. So I mean, like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm totally cool with just calling him a Nazi. If everyone else is, I think we're allowed to add that to the list of shit he's done.
His ego is stroked, and he feels that he's earned the approval of the detectives.
Oh, but yeah, just he's been going into morbid detail about what he's done, and he's like pantomiming everything. He described how he removed the arm from the victim and tossed it. He did that motion. He tossed it away. Did that in front of the cops. He did this. He acted it all out. At the beginning of this interrogation, he said, "Can I perform a demonstration?" And the cop went, "Oh yeah." And then he got on the ground and pretended to just do it again. Yeah, like immediately. The cops pulled up at the beginning of the video, he accidentally fucking accidentally backed his car into a boat ramp and submerged it in the Colorado River. Accidentally. Everyone writes it off as an accident, everything, and they just move on with their lives. And then the next day, oh, thanks for the follow. And then the next day, this woman who's friends with the homeless man calls the cops and is like, hey, he said he was going to be by today. He didn't show up. His work called me. They also haven't seen him. And so, like, literally a day later, everything catches up with this kid. And, like, the cops pull up front, and they get out, and they ask him, hey, how you doing? What's going on? And they say that the parents have some concerns about something they found, and they ask him what his parents have found, and he thinks for a second, and then just holds his head up high and goes, a human head and hands, and gives a little smirk to the fucking body cam. It's just fucking crazy. It's like I want to talk like less shit about him, but at the same time it's like he's making it so easy. He is just like dripping with arrogance. He thinks he's an anime villain who 4D chessed and pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, but he got caught in a day. And he's saying shit like, I put on 3 layers of gloves because with 1 layer, sometimes your fingerprints can still get through. But your mom found the head in your closet because you don't even do your own fucking laundry. Like, he's like trying so hard to appear that he's thought so far ahead, but he's not, he's in the fucking interrogation room while he's like bragging. Yes, that's like exactly my reaction. Like, she was just going about her day. She's putting away laundry, like cleaning up her son's room, like she's done every single day or like every week for the past 19 years. And one day she just goes through she finds a garbage bag that's a little too heavy, and she's like, what the fuck? Why does he have this? And opens the bag and it's a head. It's not even the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. It's the last thing you expect to find in your child's room. And like on top of that, his dad was getting a little suspicious too. And it just, I don't know. It's just fucking wild. And he thinks that he's gonna be like remembered as some like crazed serial killer who was so smart, like just this teen fucking prodigy of serial killing. And it's like, you killed a homeless man in his sleep, and the entire time we're sitting on top of him, and you're like 6'3" and 230 pounds. Like, no shit, he couldn't do anything to like fight back. Like, you got him, like, picked the most vulnerable person. Just crazy. He's got a lot wrong with his head, I can tell you that much right fucking now.
Yeah, so what did you have the head and the hand at your house?
The head, I put, because it was starting to stink, I was planning on throwing the head and hands away. Not in the trash bag, not in the kitchen trash.
That's weird, they were starting to stink, but I thought you said that they start to stink in 3 days. And it only had been so your rule of 3s is wrong. Like, already you have been presented with this one fucking like, you had your rules before you even did any of this. Your rules went out the window as soon as you tested this. You didn't have a set of rules, you had a hypothesis. Literally 5 minutes ago, he's talking about his rules of 3. Body starts stinking in 3 days. Yeah, so the head actually started stinking really fucking bad after about 6 hours of being in my closet. Huh, yeah, weird how it does that, right?
But they were both in trash bags. The head was in a trash bag, I tied up the trash bag.
And they were sent in trash bags. I totally thought that scent was not going to get through.
In a trash bag as well. They were in Ziploc bags. And I was planning, do they sell empty paint buckets?
What fucking question was that? Who? Who sells empty paint buckets? I was planning on buying this thing. I hadn't actually checked if this thing is even made. You weren't planning on doing anything. You were flying by the seat of your pants this entire time. You, like, the only thing he planned was that he was gonna kill someone that night. He brought a fucking leftover pizza box with him, a bunch of gloves, and a 12-inch knife. But at the beginning of the interview was like, I just decided it was a full moon, I could see so much, I just needed to get out and drive. With a pair of gloves, a 12-inch knife, and a pizza box in my backseat. Yes. Please don't murder someone to test a hypothesis. You can just Google it. And if you're gonna end up on a list because of the things you're Googling, maybe it's for the best. Maybe you should be on that list. Maybe someone should be keeping an eye on you. And it's like things that can be Googled with, I think, without like even raising alarm. Like you can, probably Googling, like burial laws in different states could probably get you an answer of like how fast bodies decompose, because some states allow it so that like the people who take the body away don't have to come immediately. Like you can like hang on to the body for a little bit, but not before it starts to decompose. So I don't know, there's just like, there are ways that he could have just fucking A, Googled it, and B, Googled it without like raising any suspicion. We're seeing a child's consequences to his actions catching up with him. At the same time, he realizes there are consequences to his actions. He didn't know about these things called consequences. He can't plan ahead. Like, this child is just real stupid.
Planning to buy an empty paint bucket, put the head in it, seal it, and then I was going to throw it off in some ditch. Okay. The hands I would throw in a different spot, wherever.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, until someone
Right. The head
finds
inside of a trash bag.
the paint bucket.
Well, where is it now?
In the kitchen.
Because people pick up trash on the side of the road. You know that, right? No, you probably don't, because you're a child and you don't like know it. You didn't even know that they sold empty paint buckets until literally 2 seconds ago. But there are people who like clean up trash along the sides of the roads. They're gonna find that paint bucket and be like, there is something rattling around inside of it. And they're gonna open it and find a human head. No matter what, someone discovers this teen son's horrifying secret.
My parents searched through my room and they found the head and hands.
They didn't search through your room.
The head and the hands in the kitchen sink now?
Last time I checked.
Okay, so they're in the kitchen sink now because your parents put them there.
But they were in my closet.
As of now, investigators have only found a head, hands, and several pieces of arm. That leaves the mystery of where the rest of Warren Barnes is.
What exactly?
He said that he left him right where, like, he said he left the body. but took everything else. So why can't they find the body? What do you mean they can't find the body? It didn't move. Did he take it?
White. White, like a kitchen one, or what? Like
a kitchen.
Okay. White kitchen.
One that you put in a trash can.
Yeah. And then what about the hands? They were inside Ziplocs, you said.
Both in it's in the same.
He might be.
In a different trash bag.
Okay, the white.
He said the body was there, but when they showed up to look, they're only finding like an arm and just like pieces.
I used to be a meat cutter. I know it's not easy just to cut off hands.
Oh yeah, it was with the knife. I was just.
So did you practice on anything else?
No.
How did you know how to do it?
No, I just went along as a process. The bones, I just pressed the blade down and went, sever them at the ligaments.
Okay. And how hard was it to do that? To get them actually?
Not particularly hard. I was just more frustrated that I broke a bone.
So if you have
Colorado. It's actually, I passed through the town last year getting gas. It's a super small town. It's literally like, it's this. Grand Junction is nothing. It's this little fucking town right here. And I drove, let's see, which route did I take? I think I just went, yeah, I took just down the river. I just went along the river, I guess. But yeah, that's that's Grand Junction. Just Grand Junction, Colorado. It's really pretty. Great for like hiking and mountain biking. It's a really gorgeous small town. But I guess a man was decapitated there.
Did we know? Did you have a different plan?
The original, because I always wanted to know what it felt like to cut up someone.
Okay.
I fucking called it. I called it at the beginning of the video. That's exactly why he did it. I fucking called it. That's like why all of these fucking insane teenagers with like no, I don't even know how to describe it, but like all these teen killers just are the exact same way. I just wanted to know what it felt like. Why though? Here, I'll play it again.
Because the arms were, that's it. That's all I wanted to know was like cutting off a limb. And I'm just like, okay.
Again, the mind reels when confronted with the nonchalant attitude Brian has toward discussing the murder and dismemberment of a human being.
And you said you studied criminology and...
It's just like... I don't even know if it's something a drug addict would say. It's just like, I can only like picture a child saying it. And like, again, this is something that he could research as well. Like, there have been killers and murderers and people who have taken other people's lives and just like sick fucks in general who have talked about how it feels after they've killed someone. And it seems like most of them regret it. Like, there was I don't know how long ago it was, but fuck, there was like a middle school shooter from the 90s or something who like released a letter or something like that. He released a statement where it was just like talking about how like you'll want to know how it feels, and you think that you'll feel just like retribution and justice and yada yada, but you'll just feel like shitty. and you'll just look in the mirror for the rest of your life, and all you will see is just like a fucking monster. And like when you kill, it just takes your humanity too. And it's like not every single, but there are enough accounts of killers expressing remorse and regret for the things that they've done, that I would think that a stupid fucking child would even be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that, because all the people who have done it don't really like what happened after they did it. And like, if he doesn't experience any feelings at all, like if he is just like truly a psychopath, then you're not gonna feel anything either. Like if you don't feel anything on a day-to-day basis because you're like numb to the world or whatever, you're probably not, I don't know, just like what is the point of, and like why? Like why do you want to know what it feels like to cut someone up? That's weird and concerning.
Forensics on that? Not college study or school study. It's like a,
Yeah, there's a reason school shooters end up killing themselves.
What were you worried about, like leaving
They
evidence?
don't want to deal with the consequences to their actions.
Tell me about
Sometimes
that.
those consequences are feeling bad.
I was figuring the police don't. This is not to be taken offense, but police, they don't seem to care as much about high-risk individuals, homeless people, prostitutes.
I fucking called it again. I called it again.
The evidence behind. Oh, God, totally. So tell me about that and what you did there. Well, I was figuring the police don't. This is not.
I fucking called it. He did it because he wanted to know how it felt, and he targeted a homeless person because no one would care.
Prostitutes, etc. So I was deliberately looking for someone who lived that type of life. Okay. And I found a homeless person, and the original goal was just leave him there. But I was worried about the fibers on the outfit I was wearing that would be on his clothes and stuff. So I deliberately messed up the clothes.
This is an outstanding amount of premeditation for a youth offender.
Especially someone who got caught so fucking quickly. Like, he went through so much trouble at the actual, like, scene. And then just assumed that, like, I don't know, everyone would forget about it? Jesus Christ.
It's a shocking amount for anyone, but particularly because of his age. His executive functioning is years from being developed, and yet he's thought so much of this through. It's chilling to think what he may have been capable of had he not been caught.
Yeah, this is definitely like the acts of somebody who are just starting out. So many so many fucking monsters target homeless people and like prostitutes and everything like that as like their first victims because of that exact mentality where it's just no one will care. No one will go looking for this person. No one will notice that they disappeared. That's like, if you aren't skinning cats as a child, the only like other, I don't know, it's not like a red flag, because if you're going from like skinning cats to like killing homeless people, like I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but it just feels like a common thread. Yeah, that's, I mean, I was saying that a bit earlier too, but yeah, if that homeless person's friend, if that homeless person did not have just a single fucking friend, if he, for some reason, had left his job or gotten fired or quit just a little bit before this had all happened, no one would have cared. He may not have gotten away with it forever, like you said, but he would have continued to live a relatively normal life for a bit longer. And that's like, it's like almost worse that he was so close. Like, if he had just moved the head or the hands, or like had disposed of them before, and then like I don't know. I would love to think that he would have been eventually caught, but so many homeless people are like killed every year, and no justice is brought for like their killers. So I'm not hopeful that he would have ever been caught if he was able to just be like a little faster than his parents. He seems like the type of person who would write an anonymous letter to the police about doing it. Yeah, now that you mention that, for sure. Or maybe not even like writing a letter to the police, but posting about it on social media. He would have he would have posted it on Reddit eventually. There's no way that motherfucker is in r/5050 and would not have eventually posted one of his own victims.
Mine remains engaged.
Okay, no. I need to take a break really quick, go pee, and just like breathe for a second. I've been watching this for a little too long, but I'll be back in just a second. I need to come up for air, but I'll be back, I promise. I'm back. I needed the wrong thing. We're here. We're in it. It's also 3 o'clock in the morning, so I gotta do this as a speed run. We're gonna speed run the rest of the video.
And even jovial as he describes
Get
his
out of my Sour
mindset
Patch
on the
Kids,
night
lady.
of the murder. His detailed concerns about getting caught will make it very difficult for his lawyers to mount an effective insanity defense. According to Kylan
Yeah, just
White's
a little
mother,
bit.
Heather Gale, this isn't the first time that Brian talked about choosing a victim on the outskirts of society.
Anything else?
That's not a red flag? It's just part of his dark sense of humor. You just don't get it. You just don't get his dark sense of humor. Like joking about killing homeless people. Without a tone of sarcasm to his voice at all. He was a great comedian. You could never tell when he was joking.
Even things you've heard from Kylan come to mind?
She told me that he had mentioned that he was going to kill a homeless person because nobody would miss them and he could get away with it.
Yet once in an interview, Kylan
That's a hilarious joke. That's a fucking knee slapper right there.
tells a different story.
He never talked to me about wanting to kill a homeless person specifically, but he definitely talked to me a lot about, like, killing. And I was actually surprised because I figured that if he was going to do something like this, that it would be on a larger scale. Like, I thought he would, I don't want to sound vulgar.
He does kind of seem like a school shooter. He does give me school shooter vibes.
But I figured if he was going to snap, it would be like shooting up a
Yeah.
store or something similar like that.
He'd have the cat
He
box.
had mentioned like not liking his neighbors, so I thought maybe something would happen there. So I was actually I was surprised that he had killed someone, but I was also surprised that it had only been one person.
So how long have you been planning or looking?
Okay, guys, I feel like I shouldn't really have to say this or anything like that, but if your friend is like constantly joking about killing people and when the news comes out you're surprised it was only one person, you probably should have said something to someone. Like, if you, as his best friend, like, the only sense of shock that comes to hearing that he killed someone is that it was only one person? What the fuck? Like, why are you friends with this person?
For someone to do this with before you found this guy? About a year. About a year?
No, 6 months.
Brian's internet search history adds an interesting element to this as he looked up homicidal thoughts every day and how to cope with murderous thoughts.
So you come close or?
Somebody like cut him off in a parking lot. He was like, I love to kill him. And Googled that. He was like, see guys, I'm fucked up.
Seen somebody or chickened out or anything in the past?
No. I mean, I was looking for a deliberately secluded place like that one. I wouldn't just go up in Clifton and find someone walking down the street and stab them. No,
Yeah, that would be ridiculous.
Public. Everyone sees that.
Well, have you looked like at the homeless places or anything in the past?
I have, yes. I would go on night drives often, maybe once every 2 weeks. Now just peruse the streets.
So before this guy, how close have you come in the past?
Not at all.
Not at all. You just drive around and
Yeah, look, just try and find
is anybody interesting and
No.
in your mind thought of a plan?
Well, occasionally when you see girls walking down the street, I take a glance at them because it really is like Ed Kemper where half of me says, well, I'm quite inept with women. I'm being honest, I'm no Casanova. But
You're 19 years old. No one is.
half of me says, I want to take that girl home and make her feel nice. And And the other half of me, it's just like what Ed said, is I want to see what her head looks like on a stick.
Brian is describing a mindset that's detestable, yet he delivers it with a smile and a laugh.
Again, it's just like, it feels like he's just acting. He's just like, this is just how, like, I assume serial killers act, so I'm just gonna take this route when I'm talking to the cops. I don't see what the Ed Kemper name drop does other than, like, make him sound like he's a worse guy, you know? Like, he's already evil. And now he's just doing, like, serial killer name drops. I don't know. This man is 100% virgin. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but I think I could have told you that, like, before he said that. He has all 3 buttons buttoned. That's virgin behavior. I'm sorry, but you cannot fully button up your 3-button shirt. And it's not even like that's a t-shirt either. Like, that's like a sleep undershirt. That's like a thermal shirt you get with, I'm like wearing the pants that go with them right now. It's got like that elastic, you know, like end right there, and like the material's just kind of like checkered. I don't know how to describe it. It's like that. It's that material. Like, you aren't supposed to wear that to school, dude. That's a sleep shirt. He's got a fucking dorky rimmed glasses. All 3 buttons are buttoned up. He's got a U-neck starting right there from pulling on his shirt too much. Gets a little overheated, as you can see. Shirt's a little too tight, too.
Obvious excitement in describing both his mindset and the murder raises questions about his psychological history. As well, another internet search Brian made reveals that he may have considered other sickening plans as well.
He's
as
just
he
after
searched
money.
for how do people react to a home invasion. However
How do
grisly
people
Brian's sense
react
of
to a
humor
home
might
invasion?
seem, it's again worth
What does that
noting that
even
it's
mean?
a trait his friends are familiar with. One of Brian's friends, Patrick Rahor, spoke with police.
Our whole friend group was like really weird. We were like all of those. We're just a group of people like didn't really fit anywhere else and ended up like finding each other at different points throughout school. We were just all kind of,
You know, I mean, statistically, if you're in this friend group, one of your friends is probably going to be a school shooter or a killer, right? Like, not all of you don't fit in because you're like killers in the making or whatever, but like one of you definitely doesn't fit in for a reason.
kind of weird together, and so like the off-color stuff and like anything that like seemed weird, I just kind of like took for Brian being Brian and just kind of tried to accept it.
However, even his friend must admit that Brian was different.
Our friend group would joke about if there was one of us that would like be a killer, it would be him, but it was like meant as a joke and only as a joke. I don't think any of us actually thought that something like that would or could happen.
If his friends thought this, was there a chance that his parents did too?
Dude, I don't know. Like, if you're friends and just like everyone around you is joking about how you're like so close to snapping, and when you snap you're gonna kill all of these people, like, am I crazy or what? Because I would absolutely be reporting my friends. Like, if I legitimately thought that I had a friend who was one bad day away from like shooting up a store, as his best friend puts it, What? The fucking fair weather friends out here. I was also in the weird friend group, and I think only 2 of them have ended up being like even adjacent. I mean, I guess there's not just like one weird friend group, there's like a couple different weird friend groups. I was in like the second weird friend group. So there's like one friend group below us that's even weirder. That group is the one that has like fully grown men like dating high schoolers right now. I wasn't a part of that group. I was a part of the group that just liked, I don't know, like dinosaurs too much. I cannot imagine having a friend where it's like, yeah, if one of us is going to be a killer, it's going to be him. It's the most likely to be him, and when he does do it, he's going to kill a lot of people. So, oh well. Yes, exactly. If you're in school right now, it's okay to be weird. It's not okay to be school shooter weird. There's probably a problem that you need to address if everybody thinks that you are a potential school shooter.
And if you have any kind of mental issues or disabilities, we were told he had ADHD. So we put him on ADHD medicine. I think they took that during the summer or weekends only when he was in middle school. He started exhibiting antisocial behavior, just saying things to get kids riled up and thinking it was funny. And then when we switched to Fruta High School, he did okay in 9th grade, 10th grade. He got in a lot of trouble, a lot of behavior issues. 11th grade, we had a big meeting and they said, kids don't feel safe. So we put him in R5. We took him and did some testing for ADHD and whatnot through Division of Rehab. And the doctor had said, yes, he's ADHD. Yes, he's autistic. Yes, he's this. Oh, and there's some indications that he should get further testing because of potential psychosis. And I asked about referrals and calls.
Where is she supposed to get? Yeah, nobody in town could see him. Where the fuck is she supposed to get a psychologist who specializes in like psychopaths in Grand Junction, Colorado? I'm shocked that they have like a regular therapist. That they have a person in that town who is like able to diagnose someone with ADHD and autism. I'm shocked there's a person there who can do that. There was no way this kid was ever gonna get the help that he needed being in that town. I have no idea what R5 is. R5 school. Meaning. Okay. You're just making biscuits on my lap with your claws out. That hurts. Okay. This hurts, man. You just keep doing that. I'm gonna hold your paws. I don't. I don't really know what it means. Why is a district being consolidated? I guess we'll just never know. I mean, hell, earlier when they found the fucking dead body, the officer who I think was in charge of the investigation just started laughing. So I wouldn't be surprised if, like, all the cops in that town are just, like, either nepotism hires or they just stumbled onto it because, like, nobody else. There's like 5 other cops in the town. It's like you either become that, a teacher, or a logger.
Okay, well, he seems to be doing good. You know, he graduated high school, he works at Safeway, and he's been working there for a year in August. And he's there part-time. And he said he's not taking his medication, or is he on medications now? He's on ADHD medicine. Okay. That he takes before work on his part-time job. And he takes sertraline, which is an anti-anxiety, antidepressant. Okay. So he's been diagnosed. And to the best of your knowledge, is he actually taking them? Like, do you watch him take them? I don't watch him take them, but I have the alarm set, and every night at 10 p.m. I say, right?
Oh, R5 was just the name of a school. It's not like a type of school. I thought R5 meant like.
I mean, it's going, you know, seems to be going
Like it was a specialty school.
About, I'm thinking 3
Oh,
years
okay.
ago?
It is a specialty school.
I'm guessing, I don't know. Because we had him going to counseling, he was going to counseling, and he just thought about it, it just came across his head. It was just, but then I think everybody thinks about it, but I just, I remember one of the times when he was really lonely and that was an issue, you know, we were kind of concerned about that. He made jokes about
I
making
love his
dishes
dad.
or doing that and doing that. Okay. But I don't know, I just played it off as normal talk, but I'm like, you know, Brian, we wouldn't, you know, I didn't know the depth of the water. I don't understand. He's obviously sick. He's obviously very sick because we've noticed weird things about him. Just some days he gets cold. Just he looks at me and he has this cold look on his face.
Just like he's been so far, Brian makes no qualms about admitting his battles with mental health.
You say you have a major depressive disorder? I'm just curious what those are.
Well, actually, I have several. I have high-functioning Asperger's. I have ADHD.
It's weird that he's using. No, okay, no. I guess if he was diagnosed, okay, that makes sense.
Depressive disorder.
I was thinking that because all 3 of these words put together in the same sentence is the most like outdated way you can describe, like somebody on the spectrum. Like the terms high functioning and Asperger's are not used anymore. Yeah. Pretty much. I feel like everyone kind of fits into the ADHD spectrum. I tried to explain that to my dad too, because when he was a kid, he was diagnosed with ADD, and that's not like a diagnosis anymore. So now he's like ADHD. But he was trying to explain to me, he's like, I'm not hyperactive. And I'm like, it's not your body that's in the like hyperactivity state. Like that's it's not how it works for everybody. Like for some people, like you, your brain's all over the place. That's what's hyperactive. But like everybody, I don't know. I feel like everybody kind of fits into it in some way. Almost the same thing with autism, but that's like a little more fine line to dance around. Because I know that there's been like a huge, I don't know if this is still going on, but I remember from like a few years ago, there's this huge push to like self-diagnose yourself with autism. And I don't know. I feel like the community that came out around that time is very much of the, well, everyone's on the autism spectrum. And it's like, I feel like you might just be saying that because you want to be on the spectrum. I just jumped from like 3 different topics, so we're just gonna press play on the video again.
Okay.
Not a very good speed run of the video.
Yeah, I know what they are. I was curious, what the exact diagnosis was and who diagnosed them.
They tested me for autism, for a formal diagnosis, like Asperger's, which is high functioning autism.
Yep.
And they also said I was schizo something. That isn't me misremembering. They just said you're schizo something, whether that be schizophrenia, schizoaffective, schizotypal, or schizoid disorder. They said
That's not a diagnosis. They can't be like, you're schizo something. We aren't sure what, and it's definitely not our job to figure out what. If they're going as far to diagnose you with schizo something, they're gonna tell you what that something is.
I had something that was schizo.
The detectives are once again trying to delve into Brian's psychology, attempting to prove that he knew right.
And also, that's not something his mom mentioned too, so I feel like he's just adding that on because he feels like killers are supposed to be schizo.
From wrong at the time of the murder. His search history adds another layer to his story as he looked up extreme paranoia, schizoid and paranoid personality disorder, and avoid.
Yeah, he self-diagnosed himself through a Google search.
Personality.
I was never formally diagnosed with anything like that.
Do you feel like you had that?
I don't know. Possible as hell.
So they didn't say anything. You saw that Google said that you might be schizo. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that fell apart pretty fucking quick for you.
Yeah, but do you know, schizophrenia is pretty clear because people recognize they have a different personality in there.
I don't have any hallucinations.
Okay.
I had delusions, I guess.
Okay.
Like years ago, I thought I was obsessed with people staring at me.
Okay.
Like I felt people watching me from every window. The birds were looking at me, watching me.
Okay.
For greater purpose. That was a delusion, I suppose.
Okay, right. But you don't have times where you feel like another personality is in your body?
No,
you remember all this.
That's dissociative identity disorder.
Right.
Schizophrenia is.
I don't like that he's trying to like out psychologist the psychologist. She knows what she's doing. She's goading you. Because you weren't actually diagnosed with this. And if you had been, the doctors would have walked you through what it meant. But because you got your information from a fucking Google search, then of course she's gonna be asking questions like this and seeing if you if you even know what the fuck you're even remotely talking about.
But you have multiple people talking to you at the same time, kind of a thing.
No one was talking to me.
Okay.
There's a very good reason they're asking these questions. Because Brian said he has some kind of schizo diagnosis, they're trying to determine if he committed the crime under some kind of command hallucination, which may mean he could be deemed not guilty by reason of insanity. However, Brian denies having voices in his head. As well, his search history goes far in showing exactly what he was thinking about in the lead up to the murder.
Is he just Googling serial killers? I see Bernardo, Carla. Oh, Googled Bernardo twice. Denver prostitution killer, Daytona Beach killer, Chicago strangler, smiley face killer. Wait, the smiley face killer isn't even real. Why is he Googling the smiley face killer? That's not a real... That's not a real killer. There's been no evidence that the smiley face killer is a real person. It's... Who would win, a human with an axe versus a human with a pickaxe? How deadly is a pickaxe? How deadly is a pickaxe? Scarborough rapist, 5 ways to knock someone out with 1 hit. You fucking went to WikiHow.
One day before and again on the day of the murder, Brian pulled.
He probably 100% watched those GTA 5 serial killer roleplay videos. Sorry, what? I'm sorry, what the fuck are you talking about? GTA 5 serial killer roleplay videos? I assume it's like the regular GTA role-playing, but you're role-playing as a serial killer in Los Santos instead? Okay. So, do people know what the game's about? Because you already do that. You don't have to roleplay as that in the game. You're already a serial killer. That's like it's like the point of the game. You don't have to do like the whole roleplay that, like, legitimately you have the ability in GTA to just run over pedestrians on the sidewalk. With like no consequences at all. What? Okay.
Pulled up Wikipedia articles for several
People are
notorious
strange.
killers, including James Dale Ritchie, Joseph Christopher, and Andrea Yates. In the month leading up to the murder, he also looked up topics such as how do people react to being held at knife point?
Not well.
How deadly is a neck stab wound?
Very deadly.
And he read an article about the killing of a homeless man in Baton Rouge.
What did you think would happen if you got caught?
Well, I figured my mother would have confronted me about it, but no, she didn't even say it.
Do you know who the person was that you killed?
No, I took his wallet. I didn't look at it. I just picked it up, briefly scanned over it, and put it in my car. Apparently, it was Warren. My mom told me this before she found out that the missing person was Warren Brown, born in '63.
Brian doesn't seem
2 years younger than my dad. And he like doesn't, it's not even an, he described him earlier as an old man, and while he was killing him he protested in old man noises. That's what this fucking sicko said. This guy was in his 50s. Not even like an old man. Doesn't care who he was. Just this, he was just an experiment to him. I just don't, I can't even like get into the head.
Particularly interested in knowing more about his victim, and the detectives turned Brian back to the subject of the evidence.
So we talked about the stuff there we're going to go look for. Your mom's off in the sink, apparently.
Yeah.
The knife is where?
My dad found it in the glove box. I don't know where it is.
What did the knife look like?
Yeah, you didn't hide it very well, did you?
You know when you buy like a 10-piece knife set, the biggest one in there? I think when we moved Terry into the daycare, we probably bought all new kitchens, and I think he just took it out of the kitchen. because we found it in his car before. Brian, you don't need this. Dad, I do. I don't trust anybody.
Okay. You don't find any blood or anything on it. I cleaned it. All his belongings, except for his wallet, are right here.
And his head in his hands.
His head and his hands are at the house.
Any reason you were wearing a dark blue one-piece jumper?
You know the movie Halloween, Michael Myers?
Mm-hmm.
He wears one of those, and for Halloween last year, I bought that as a costume to find the mask in my room.
Okay.
And I just associated that piece of that article of clothing with violence. That's why I was wearing it.
This dude legitimately thought that he was a movie villain. He dressed up as Michael Myers and used the weapon that Michael Myers uses, and then brutally murdered someone like Michael Myers does. You couldn't even have picked like a better horror movie villain. You chose like the most oversaturated, mainstream movie villain you could do. He's literally like a step away from like putting on a Darth Vader outfit to kill someone. I just associate that outfit with violence, and that's why I wore it. No, motherfucker, you thought you were cool as shit, dressed up as Michael Myers, and you thought that that was gonna be your motif. You thought you were gonna be Michael Myers IRL, and that you'd be seeing like newspaper articles and headlines all over the place. Grand Junction, Colorado has a real life Michael Myers, and you got caught in a day. A fucking day. I wouldn't even be surprised if you bought the costume a year ago and had been planning this since then. Like he bought the costume and was like, "Oh, I just have to kill someone in it now."
Yeah, that night, yes.
As horrifying as all of this is, nothing they've heard so far can prepare investigators for the rest of the seismic revelations to come. First, however, detectives have a simple question for the killer sitting before them.
Have you ever done it before?
No.
Okay. You gotta ask, right?
Yeah.
How about animals? Have you practiced on anything?
Yes.
It's pretty big.
I'm
stuff.
shocked.
About that.
This was 2018 Halloween. A stray black cat had been coming around our house. This was before I moved into my mom's. This was at my dad's. And I was thinking about killing it.
The video is redacted in this part, but the transcript from the sheriff's office says that Brian told detectives that he herded the cat into a sleeping bag and beat it, strangled it, and snapped its neck.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like you were curious about how it felt to kill something, because you already did. No, you were escalating, and he was gonna escalate after this too. Thank fucking Christ he was caught, because he would have killed again. He was talking about how easy it was, how fucking effortless, how he'd been thinking about it, how he'd been driving around for like months beforehand looking for someone. If he had not gotten caught as soon as he did, who fucking knows how many like more people he would have killed.
He then decapitated the cat, hid the body in a shoebox, and hid the head in a wine cork box. It seems clear that Brian has a sick interest in decapitation. There are chilling parallels between what he did to the cat and to Warren, including decapitation and keeping the heads in boxes. Both times he preyed on those he knew were vulnerable and that he believed no one would notice.
And then I disposed it in the trash and got away with it. Okay. That cat.
Did you keep him for a while like you did this guy, or?
I kept it for 3 days. Then it started to stink.
Is that where you got?
That's where he got the rule from. He did this to a single cat, and he was like, "Well, this is just how like all bodies forever will work."
For 3 days and it stinks.
Also because bacteria starts to clothe the body after a day to 3 days. So
In his explanation, he knows he's wrong. He even knows that the body starts to bloat like immediately. What sentence did they give him? I don't know yet. I honestly don't know. I've been watching this video for so long at this point that, I mean, I probably should have known like an hour ago. What's his name? Brian Cookie Jr. Here we go. Control F, sentence. Here we go. Judge Gurley sentenced Cohey to the rest of his natural life in prison plus 13.5 years. Fucking good. The rest of his natural life and an extra 13.5 years. What is going on in this ad? What is happening here? What is this? Anyways, when was he sentenced? Last year. Jesus Christ. This is a pretty good quote here. And see, like, I don't know. This just kind of, I feel like, proves the whole, like, homeless people don't have anybody caring about them thing. Because, like, this guy had nieces and cousins and, like, family, friends. And, like, sure, you, like, but you can have, like, that same mentality about every single person ever. Like, you can just assume everyone on Earth is an orphan who's been widowed, and there you go. You have the mentality that that person has nobody in their life that cares about them. It's just, like, easier to do because they're homeless? I don't know. There are people without families that own homes. It's just, I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm more in line with the guillotine. I don't believe in the death penalty, but I think if we have it, it seems pretty humane to just cut off a guy's head. There's no suffering. Like, if you hang someone, and they get hanged wrong, their, like, neck's broken and they're just suffering. And, like, you can fuck up the electric chair. People have survived it. You know what you can't survive? A guillotine cutting off your head. So, like, if we're gonna kill people, maybe we should just chop off their head. Just a thought.
The story that Brian might have.
And it would be fucking perfect for this guy here. It would be perfect. It would be literally poetry if he got guillotined. You're telling me the dude who decapitated a cat and a homeless man had his head chopped off in a guillotine? Like, it doesn't write itself better than that. But since I don't believe in death penalty, I do prefer that he's just in there for the rest of his fucking life. There's no chance he will ever get out. He is no parole. He's in there for the rest of his natural life, plus 14 years.
Killed a cat is actually a widespread rumor in Grand Junction.
Did you ever hear about Brian?
I've heard stories like that when it comes to it wasn't the electric chair. It was almost you know how like they euthanize dogs? I remember, I don't know if this is still a thing, but I feel like I was hearing a lot of stories about people surviving that method of execution, where it was like the drugs being pumped through your system. And people survived the electric chair too. I hear less about that, but it's still like survivable. And so, Jesus Christ, you got hanged 3 times? Fucking hell. After the first time, you just have to keep him in jail, right? Clearly, like, fate has other plans for him. What did he do? What did he do that made them want to hang him 3 times? Oh, he was a thief. Oh, and convicted of the murder of his employer. Okay, yeah. I guess I can understand why they tried to hang him 3 times in the 1800s.
Either from him or anybody else about him killing a cat?
Yes, I remember hearing about it, but it honestly just sounded like made-up rumor, so I didn't really think anything about it.
Did you ever talk to him directly about it? Like ask him if it was true?
Might have. I don't really remember.
Do you ever remember him saying, yes, I did that, or no, I didn't? Anything like that? Okay. But you had heard rumors that possibly it happened, but never really got to the bottom of it?
Mm-hmm.
Patrick is not the only one
If
to hear
I had
rumors
heard
of this
rumors
type
that
and
I had
ignore
a friend
them,
who killed a
saying it was
cat,
some kind of a sick joke.
I wouldn't be
I know
friends with
that
them.
there was another girl in that class who told me that she lived near him in that neighborhood and that they were always missing cats, and she felt like he was stealing cats in the neighborhood.
And honestly, I don't remember if I found that out through him or through friends. But yeah, I definitely know about the cat.
Did you believe that, or did you think it was just Brian saying something outrageous?
Honestly, I don't know. I think I believed it, but that I didn't want to because I am a big animal lover, and that's just, I didn't want to see my friend in that kind of light. I remember
Why are
my
you
friends
friends
just talking
with
about
him?
how messed up it was, and my friend Sean said that he knew the person whose cat it was, and he was super upset because the cat was like super friendly or whatever. But I don't think I ever heard it around Brian himself.
In a redacted portion of the interrogation video, Brian admits to finding a dead groundhog by the side of the road, which he skinned and attempted to make leather out of approximately a year before the murder.
It sounds like you killed a cat. Well, actually, I was thinking of killing people during the cat, but I wasn't acting on it.
Oh, good for you, I
I was
guess.
seriously thinking about killing people a year ago.
He showed some restraint.
Think about killing no. So what in your life has changed, or what in your mind has changed to make you? Was it like something all of a sudden one day you woke up and thought I'll kill someone, or was it a gradual? It was gradual.
He's like going about this interrogation like they are genuinely curious and just want to know. He's acting like he's not going to be taken out of this room in handcuffs and will never see society again. He's just acting like after he answers these questions, he's free to go. He's fucking stupid.
The interrogation is again redacted here, but Brian says, quote, "Called me weird, but I think everyone has had thoughts of shooting up their school.
Nope.
I suppose I just don't really like people."
Nope. Nope. I had a middling high school experience. Didn't once think of shooting up the school. No, that didn't. Yeah, that actually never once crossed my mind. Yeah, no. When I think about it real hard, no, not once. Not once.
wanted to read really bizarre things and things that we didn't have in the library. I remember he actually checked out a book about Son of Sam, and then the next quarter he wanted to read about the Columbine shootings. He was very obsessed with just that kind of darker stuff.
You mentioned a writing assignment. I can't remember anything specific just because it's been so long, but it does seem like there was at some point something he wrote, an idea about Columbine or something like that. And I can't remember really the specifics.
Okay.
It's more of a sense that he had an unhealthy fascination with school shootings.
Back in the interrogation, Brian tells the detectives that this isn't the first time his family has found something unsettling in his room.
Last year,
Promise you, it has not been as unsettling as a
it had hammers, shovels, knives, large zip ties, duct tape, saw. That was meant for hurting people. They found it though, and I had convinced them it was for other methods, for other things. And it was an ultimatum where if I didn't throw it away, all that, they would call the police, and then I would have been arrested on charges of conspiracy. That was last year, before Halloween.
So what made you put that kit together?
That was
Bro literally had a fucking murder kit. And his parents are like, you have an ultimatum. Either you get rid of your murder stuff, or you're getting arrested. And he knows that he would get arrested too. He's like, I'd be charged with conspiracy. Not just detained. He would be charged. There would be enough evidence to charge him with conspiracy to commit a murder.
was for nights like that.
So back then you were thinking about doing that?
Yes.
Interesting. That's when he was on r/5050 about a year before the murder happened. Wow.
That was $100 thrown away.
In an interview, Brian's high school teacher recalls that his parents didn't seem overly interested in his disturbing behavior.
We weren't obviously the only class that was having issues with him, and I remember said that they had met with mom, and she kind of, I think they said, like, didn't really understand, like, what kind of, like, what's the big deal sort of thing. Like, she wasn't really like, yeah, this is serious, or we need to get ahead of it. It sounded like they didn't get anywhere with her from what I remember.
Indeed, a friend of Brian's mom notes that Terry felt that school authorities were unfairly singling out her son.
Jesus Christ.
Terry had like a binder, I remember, of information that she had conflicts with District 51.
Okay.
I know growing up as a kid, he was really teased in school that they would call him like four eyes, geek, loser, dork, all of that stuff.
But the detectives in the interrogation room are more interested about his murderous intentions.
It sounded like the teachers were saying that,
I'm
though.
really curious, when you talked about the hammer and the shovels and the knives and like the zip ties, I mean, what was kind of your plan then? That's a little bit different than you did this time.
Oh, yeah.
So what was the plan back then?
The plan was to go find, because there's no prostitutes in Grand Junction.
I promise there
Have
are.
you ever had any sex crimes?
Yeah. There's not prostitutes like 5 of them standing along the side of the road.
It's like almost sad. I almost feel bad for him because it is so clear that this is just a child who does not understand how the world works at all. Like, he imagines prostitution as like what you see in fucking crime shows like NCIS, where you walked out like it's on this one street and everybody knows it's on this one street and they all just gather there. And you know, it's just a big prostitute party there, and you can just walk up and down and pick the one you want and just walk off. No, dude, it's the 21st century. Like, at this point, it's 2021. Come on, you can't be that night. No, people are texting the prostitutes.
There's prostitutes in Grand Junction.
Yeah, the plan was to go with one of them and have them come with me. And
Yeah, but that's not how that works.
And then torture her.
So what made you not go back to the same plan and get, you know, if you kind of had that as a plan?
Would I have been caught?
Well, I don't know. My point is, if your folks
You got caught anyways. You went with the less tedious method and still got caught.
Your mom found your stuff, right?
Yes.
And got rid of it. Why didn't you go back to that plan? Why change plans?
Too much risky. First time in a row, they'll be like, okay, that's really suspicious, but okay, we forgive you, don't do it again.
Okay.
Second time in a row, we're calling the police on you.
Oh.
I didn't want to do that again.
Okay, fair enough.
Risk.
And so they didn't
Yeah, so then I waited a year to do something even ballsier.
Have them throw it all away or call the police. So I threw it all away.
Detective Norcross does an excellent job showing great interest in Brian's kits and his previous plans, all of which encourages the suspect to keep talking and helps build a strong case against him. At this point, the video is redacted, but according to the transcript, the detectives ask Brian if he ever expressed any of his dark thoughts to his parents. He tells them yes, but only disguised as jokes.
I don't... The way he talks, it doesn't even sound like he would fucking disguise it as a joke. He would just tell them that. They'd be like, that's not funny.
For instance, he once said, quote, "Wouldn't it be funny if you sold a lipstick with mercury on it to those beauty pageant queens, and they got poisoned because of their pride?"
This is what I was talking about earlier. Where it's just like, their dark sense of humor is just being like, wouldn't it be funny if somebody walked in here and just shot us all in the face? It's like, no, not really. No. It wouldn't be. Like, I have a coworker like this at work who, she's just like right around the same age. I think she just turned 18. And it's just very much like the same, not the same sense of humor. Don't get me wrong. Like, I don't think she's gonna kill anyone. But it's like that same, just r/random. Wouldn't it be funny if I picked up an orange and threw it across the room? No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. What if someone just walked in here and like started dancing? Yeah, that'd be weird. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Brian was making these kinds of comments while in high school, as his teacher
Vermin
shares.
Supreme's good.
Then he would just say some bizarre things like to get a rise
Unless-
out of class, kind of to try and get attention on him, like say a racial slur, or just kind of be loud and obnoxious to try.
Turns
and
out
get
Vermin
attention.
Supreme is behind Pizzagate.
Like pretty random, just in the middle of class, or
Well, like one was watching a video. I think it's about like Genghis Khan or something. He said something like an Asian racial slur. I think it was, oh, he got that or something like that.
Okay.
Of course, the matter before investigators today isn't Brian's inappropriate humor, but his actions on the night of the murder.
I'll vote for
and the
Vermin Supreme.
revelations from that night are far from over. Brian finally reveals the twisted true story behind his mishap with his car and the river 2 nights ago.
What were you doing down here, bud?
Well, I felt like I needed to get out, and I figured, why not park here and just
relax a little bit?
Relax and think.
As it turns out, Brian's road trip to the Blue Heron boat ramp had absolutely nothing to do with relaxation.
Well,
He
no
explains
shit. He was
to the
probably trying to get rid of
detectives that
evidence.
After he murdered Warren Barnes, he returned home to try and sleep.
But I was worried that because there was a hole in my gloves right here, I was worried that they would be able to obtain a partial print. So I figured, why not go all the way? I drove back in a different outfit, picked up his body, surprisingly heavy, put it in my trunk, and drove to the Blue Heron drop.
Okay, so he was lying earlier when he said everything's there.
Off station, I parked. So it's like this, right? So let's say this is ground. The ramp is quite steep.
Not that
You need
steep.
to have 4-wheel drive to pull out of it. Okay. And my car didn't. So I pulled in. I thought that I could drive out because I put it in reverse. A, so that it's easier to pull the body out, and B, because the back tires would provide propulsion to push up. Right. And I open the trunk. I take his body out.
Does he even have rear-wheel drive?
And because I don't want fingerprints on a body, so I just try moving it with my shoes. That works successfully. He goes out some part in the river and floats off. Okay. God knows where he is now. Maybe a he. He's dead.
Yeah. He doesn't just cease to have ever existed just because you killed him. But, okay, so he disposed of the body, and then it couldn't have been like an hour later that the cops showed up. And he also lied about knowing what did they ever find the fucking body? Of course, we pleaded not guilty by insanity. I was hoping that article would tell me if they ever found the body.
I think my guess was that it would be discovered this morning or next morning, so keep an eye out for any river-related activity. Okay. To inevitably drive out.
Yeah.
My car didn't come out.
From Blue Heron.
Yeah, from Blue Heron.
Yeah.
My car was stuck. I tried putting it full throttle.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. My car doesn't have four-wheel drive. Stupid me.
Okay.
And so then I tried putting it in low gear. I'm trying everything with this.
Right.
And it still doesn't come out. And then it slides into the river.
Oh.
My car slides into the river, me inside. And so I'm there.
What a shame. I kind of wish that he just like fucking drowned and died.
In a car quickly being flooded with water. Okay. It is the middle of February.
It's cold.
At night.
Yeah.
Poor you.
That's almost
Poor
freezing.
you.
I'm drenched. I almost died. So I'm able to climb out. I don't see the body, so I assumed it's a travel bit. Okay. I come up, and I'm sitting there. I need to act fast or else I'll die of hypothermia. I'm panicking a bit at this point. I'm going to be like, this is what I'm going to be remembered for, dying of hypothermia and a botched attempt at hiding a body. And I'm just like...
Once again, we see Brian in good spirits while sharing what could pass as an
I
amusing
think I hate
anecdote if
him.
it were not for the horrifying truth behind what he's describing. His story also shows that he has a preoccupation with how he'll be remembered.
And what did you tell your parents? I mean, you obviously, gotta tell them something. The car's in the river.
Yeah. So what I say is, I feel like I need to get out. I often do. I feel like I need to get out in my thoughts. Have you ever felt that?
Absolutely.
So I'd say that I drive down to the Blue Heron Point and just park and just turn off the car and think. And I tell them that I'm stupid and I park too low and then my car slides in the river.
Okay. Did they believe you?
Yes. And then the police came. I didn't do a breathalyzer test because I wasn't drinking.
Was it the police or the sheriff?
It was the police.
Okay.
In addition to the rest of the damning evidence Brian relays to the detectives, he now reveals that he was not intoxicated on the night of the murder, closing off another potential defense in court.
He's really fucking himself over and just shooting himself in every single possible toe he has.
Was on the reverse bumper. I forgot to wipe it off. And I was so panicked that I wasn't thinking. And so when they pull it out, they immediately see blood on the bumper. And they're all thinking, we'd really like to get in this trunk. Fools. There is nothing in the trunk.
Okay. And that happened this morning?
You're so smart, man. You're so smart that you took the body out of the trunk. Right, but there's still blood and they immediately caught you the next day, so...
They noticed it after I'd been sent home at 3 a.m.
Okay.
They noticed the blood, but yeah, this morning they noticed more blood.
Yeah, that
on
was
the
pretty fucking
door
stupid
handle,
of them, though.
the
To
other
send
door
him
handle,
home.
passenger one, and also the multi-layered gloves in the car. I took them out, and obviously my car went in there before I was able to throw them away.
Sure. So did the cops talk to you guys about that this morning? Did the cops from the police department, did they talk to you about that this morning?
No, I was not contacted.
Oh.
Brian's car was pulled out of the river in the early morning hours of February 28th, and this interrogation takes place the next day.
All they were planning to do with me today is get my insurance information.
Sure.
And they were still curious about the blood.
Did they ask you about that?
No, because they did not notice it while I was still there.
So when you say they were curious about the blood, how do you know that they were curious?
Because my parents told me.
Oh.
They saw the blood too, and they were curious, but I said, I don't know where the blood came from. They thought maybe it was this cut, but obviously a cut doesn't produce that much blood. And they said maybe it was the recovering abscess under my arm, but that's scabbed up. So they didn't know what to believe this day because it's blood, it's sticky, it's sinewy, but I can't name a source. So they were just a tiny bit curious.
Yeah, because that's suspicious.
This is another spot of his oddly placed laughter, showing that he really enjoys talking about the sick details. However, his position of superiority didn't last long.
Good.
Police do indeed find more blood in and on the car, confirming Brian's tale.
And I was worried about just how long it would take to find him, because it's a somewhat traveled road. Police have a nose for that type of thing. They're trained to be able to identify the smell of a corpse. And obviously that was botched.
The true story of what happened at the boat ramp will come as news to his friend Kylan Like, with whom Brian shared a very different account. First, though, on the very same night that he dumped Warren's body into the river, Brian messaged a group on Discord, which Kylan was part of.
Of course he's on fucking Discord. And he has an anime girl profile picture. Jesus Christ.
I totaled my car. It's in the river. One of his friends replied, "What? You okay?" Brian wrote back, "Yeah, I okay. My car aren't, though."
So I said, "Hey, are you okay? I don't have Discord on your end, but I heard the news." And he said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Almost died, LOL. Sorry for the late response. My phone was off." I said, "It's okay. What happened?" He said, "I was out driving, needed to clear my thoughts, so I park at the boat ramp, drop off at
So it's the same story he told his parents?
Parks on the dirt and mud ramp, so when I try and leave, it gets stuck. I don't have my phone on me because it's dead. I try shimmying it, low gearing it, nothing works. Then it slides into the river, me inside. I'm able to get out, drenched in cold water, 1 a.m. I responded, "Oh my god." He said, "It's freezing out in February at night. I know I'll die of hypothermia if I don't act fast, so I make my way onto the road and wait for a car that takes 5 minutes. I flag him down, and the Samaritans help me by letting me use their phone to call my parents and to heat up in their car." I said, "Jesus Christ, dude." He said, "They arrive, the police are called, and we collectively decide to wait until tomorrow to tow it out. So in summary, I nearly died and am out of a car. It was towed out this morning, but I'm fine. Sorry for the wall of text. That was my Saturday night."
The Samaritans Brian mentioned are Durwood Pfeiffer and his grandson Kellen.
So he's just trying to make an alibi.
Stopped to help him that night. In an interview, Kellen describes Brian's behavior at the boat ramp.
During the encounter, before his family got there, he kept kind of pacing around and saying, "I'm effed," expletive, and try to calm down a little bit because I thought he was kind of concerned about his family finding out he crashed his car in the river or something. And I was like, "Hey, it's going to be okay," And it seemed to calm down a little bit, but I just remember it was a little off-putting how he just kept on pacing saying, "I'm effed, I'm effed, I'm effed," just over and over and over again, so.
With his attempts to dispose of the body and cover his tracks, Brian is showing clearly that he knows right from wrong. His mindset is further demonstrated by his search history on the day after the murder, when he looked up how to wipe data from Android phone. Does a river wash away evidence? How to dispose of organic refuse. His history also contains numerous searches for information on serial killers, a subject Brian has great interest in.
I was right. Okay, so he Googled that and found out the Spider-Face killer wasn't a real person, and then immediately Googled theory.
Books. I have a book on forensics.
Okay. Did you read the book, the Ted Bundy book?
No, it was on the internet.
Yeah, okay. All right. And Pete has studied him too. Yeah, so.
Great. Do you know who Ed Gain?
No, Ed in California. Yeah.
Ed Kemper.
Yeah. Studied him?
I know of him. He was a Goliath. He was 6'9", 300 pounds.
So can I ask you a question? Almost all those people did this for some sort of, whether they had sex with the body or it was some sexual gratification in their mind.
Criminology, there's different types of I'm not a serial killer by no means. But with serial killers, there's different types of them. There's organized, disorganized, missionary.
I'm just wondering what gets you excited about doing it?
Well, I'm not really sexually attracted to it.
Okay. I was just asking.
Brian's statement that he found no attraction to the concept of murder is doubtful, given his excitement at the chance to relive the killing by telling the officers every little detail of the crime.
I don't know if that's
Still, the detectives are determined to figure out the why behind Brian's gruesome actions.
So, I'm curious about the cutting him up, taking parts of him home. Have you ever thought about, so it sounds like you've had like Ted Bundy, sex type stuff. Ed Kemper just kill people because you want to kill somebody, plus the sex stuff. How about Jeffrey Dahmer?
It wasn't really inspired by it. It was just more.
I'm just trying to think of all the people I can.
These people can do it, so can I.
Brian's claim that he's not inspired by serial killers is somewhat undermined by that last remark.
Entirely.
The following
Like,
part
completely.
of the video is redacted, but we know from the transcript that Brian tells the detectives that his nickname in high school was Jeffrey Dahmer. He says he had a reputation that he would become a serial killer.
When we would do different group activities, sometimes we would have like different personas or whatever. And he'd be like, I'll be Jeffrey. I'm like, no, you're not. I do remember that specifically. He was very obsessed with Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, he's saying his nickname was fucking Jeffrey Dahmer, just like this girl I went to school with said her nickname was Raven. The only person who called her that was her. She created the nickname.
And is it Dylan?
Nicknames
Klebold,
don't work
the
if
Columbine
you
shooter,
make
was
it yourself.
obsessed with
It's just
him.
so much.
I
It's
remember actually
cringy.
talking to my mom and saying, take this name to your prayer group. I mean, and I remember talking to another teacher and saying, if any kid's going to shoot a fruit of monument, it's this kid.
In an interview, Brian's high school friend Patrick Rahor recalls the Halloween party they both attended.
Do you remember a costume that he wore?
Yeah, he wore a Jeffrey Dahmer costume.
Okay, and I heard he was Mike Myers one year. Was that he was actually Jeffrey Dahmer? Does that?
I might have been mixing up the years because we had a couple of Christmas parties, but Halloween parties. But yeah, I think he like dressed up as a serial killer a couple of times.
When he was, I guess, Jeffrey Dahmer, how did that look? I guess how did his costume look?
I mean, it was like jeans, a plaid shirt, and like big glasses, which honestly was like not too entirely different from what he normally wore.
Yep.
His obsession with crime, serial killers, and all things morbid was something that
God,
his
how much
parents
longer
had
does this
noticed
have?
too.
I'm so tired.
A lot of separation on
Okay.
crime and crime scene. And so he was talking about going into the military in the fall, and when he gets out, having your job. And so I had purchased online a crime scene investigation book for him. You know, it's like one that you probably read it when you first started out in college. And so I gave that to him, and I was like, so here, Brian, let's channel that curiosity into something positive that you can affect a good change in the world. And he's like, yeah, that's my plan, Mom. I'm not going to say always had a fascination. I'm going to say in the last few years. And is it like
I think I just have to skip ahead. I'm so tired. And this is bumming me out.
A scene, you know what I mean?
Unbelievable. As mundane and evil as Brian's motive may seem, it's not one he made any attempt to hide. Even as he first talked to police in front of his house, the young killer was fully upfront about his curiosity.
Like, for real human head and hands?
Yes.
From?
That fellow who went missing recently.
Which fellow was that?
Warren Brown.
Warren Brown? When did he go missing?
The night of the 27th.
Okay, and how did you end up with him?
I murdered him.
With what?
A knife.
Why would you have done that?
I've always wondered what murder felt like.
Brian's teachers were all asked an identical question.
When
Brian
was arrested, were you surprised to hear that?
No, I was not at all.
I remember when I saw the story on the news, and you're like, that name sounds so familiar. And then you're like, I guess I wasn't surprised, if that makes sense.
I mean, I've been doing this for 23 years, and I know you can't really go off gut feelings, but I just always felt uneasy around Brian. Like there was, and just like he needed much more help than we could offer him in a public school setting. And so when I saw that, I hated to see. I wasn't necessarily surprised that his path could have led to that point.
Were you surprised to hear about what happened on the news?
No, I wasn't. I was more
let down by the system because like we had called it out that he needed help, like with all those kind of flags were going off, and it still happened.
Back in the interrogation, the detectives try to find out if Brian's curiosity was satisfied by the murder.
So, to see what it felt like, what did it feel like?
It was intense. It was a rush of adrenaline. My whole body was shaking. Not like out of fear. It was like, it wasn't fear. It was just pure, what's the word, excitement, I suppose.
Jesus
excitement
Christ.
as in joy, just excitement as in increased heartbeat, sweating, that type of thing.
Like an adrenaline jump.
Yeah. Although I wasn't breaking a sweat killing the guy. It was quite easy.
Well, did you enjoy it or not enjoy it?
Did I enjoy it? I don't know. Sort of neutral of the whole thing. I didn't enjoy it, but I didn't hate it. If I go back tonight, I wouldn't have done it, knowing what it felt like, knowing how this will turn out. I wouldn't have done it.
What did you think it was going to feel like?
I thought it would be the best feeling in the world.
You said you didn't
Why,
feel much of
though?
anything.
Excitement.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
But other than that, no.
Well, let us step out and figure out where we're going next, okay?
Okay.
The interrogation is over, and Brian seems highly satisfied with how he's cooperated with the detectives. He's enjoyed every minute of this conversation, and it seems that he at least partially achieved what he set out to do. He seems to see himself in the same league as infamous killers such as Ted Bundy.
But he's not, like at
Brian
all.
may be done talking on camera, but he still has one last comment to make. According to Detective Berg's official report, when he walked Brian to the booking department, Brian smiled and said, "I feel like Hannibal Lecter right now." Brian Cohey Jr. pled not guilty by reason of insanity in January 2022.
That obviously did not
This
work out.
plea triggered a psychological evaluation. Noting the matter-of-fact way he presented the details of the murder, the doctors asked him how he felt about the killing in retrospect. Brian said, quote, "Yeah, it's just kind of a thing that happened. It sucks, but it happened." When asked
Super
what
remorseful.
about it sucks, Brian mentioned that he was now locked up, couldn't see his friends, and emphasized that he really missed video games and the internet. He did not, however, express any remorse for the victim.
Nope. Or the victim's family, friends, anything like that.
To find out what to do, or if she has her own business here, and I have my own business, and I carry the same man's name as my son.
Right.
And now it's gonna be all over the paper. Brian Cody killed somebody. Right now we can't do anything.
Well, and
We can't go anywhere. I'm not working anymore. She can't have any more kids anymore. Everything's over. It's all done now. It's over. Our lives are totally over.
Yep.
A jury ultimately rejected the insanity defense and found Brian Cohey Jr. guilty on 1 count of evidence tampering, 2 counts of tampering with a deceased
And it's
human
like
body,
way too small of a
and
town
1
to
count
be.
of murder in the first
You
degree.
can't like escape that. You have to move.
Murray going to jail for 15 years, probably.
Contrary to Brian's estimations, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Good.
He's currently serving out
Fucking
his sentence at Buena
good.
Vista Correctional Complex in Colorado Springs. Monique Lanati
Oh,
reflected on
and he
how she
didn't
would
even
want
leave the
her
county.
friend to be remembered.
If I had to say one word about Warren, he was amazing.
A permanent metal art memorial was installed next to Monique's bridal downtown, carefully
sweet.
crafted to reflect Warren Barnes' favorite pastime, reading books.
That is so sweet. Not the murder part, but the memorial for him. Never should have fucking had to have had a memorial in the first place. But it is super late. I have to go to bed. I will be back to like streaming normally. Just in general. But I'll see everyone some other time. Goodbye.